Snap out of it. The light dome.
Yes, indeed. This is your brother, Questman, aka Abdul Wadud, Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Social Media. Excuse me, going through a little bit of some congestion still, but I am well enough to continue on. And I'd like to begin by greeting you. Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Shalom. Peace and blessings be with you. And welcome. Be sure to get you your coffee together or your tea or whatever. Sit down. Get your pen and pad if you need to, or just chill out and relax. And listen to your brother break bread with me. I want to know what you think. I want to make sure at this time that I can be heard. So I do a little self-check. Just a little self-check on the YouTube listing. And if you're able to hear me, any of you viewing, you can put a 1 in the chat. That lets me know you hear from that angle as well. But I like to do it this way as sort of a sound quality check as well. Let's see here. So I have been under this congestion, and congestion is no fun. It is no fun. All right, let's see how I'm sounding on this YouTube. All right, it's all right. It's all right. All right, family, let's get on with what we got to do. So here's what we want to do. I want to put a question in the chat. I want to put a question in the chat. So as you come in and watch this live, I want to kind of I want to see what your opinion is about something here. So let me go ahead and type it in this way. Excuse me for all this coughing in your ears. So my question is that I'm typing in the chat. Is All right. So what I put in the chat is a question. I'll put that up there, pin that right for now. And the reason why I'm asking this question, the question is, what do you think about Ibrahim Traore's progress thus far? And that is in the terms of as in the terms of politics, in the terms of leadership, in the terms of mobilizing um, support to his cause, um, in the terms of excuse me, in the terms of how he is dealing with opponents to his power. What is your opinion as it stands today, based upon what we have been observing all the way up to this point, right? Now, for those that may not know, I'll just give you a little uh, up to date. Um, Ibrahim Traore, the esteemed leader of Burkina Faso, I would say is not only a visionary statesman, but a true modern day hero in the realm of global diplomacy. His commitment to strengthening diplomatic ties on a global scale has been pivotal in fostering peace, cooperation, and unity among nations. You may not be aware, but recently, over 3 days ago, Ibrahim Traore touched down um, in Russia. Excuse me. Anyway, Ibrahim Traore touched down in Russia, in Moscow to be exact, which is the capital of Russia. And there, along with other representation of other countries' leadership, they met with the president of Russia, and there were certain ceremonies that took place that really showed alliance building efforts. Um, in many ways, where the countries that attended stand towards each other. A lot of that was shown through this current phase of events, right? So these are, the actions that you would expect out of a leader of a country, especially when you're trying to establish diplomatic ties with other countries. You're trying to establish certain types of negotiations and things like that as a leader. So recently we've seen one, the rise of to power um, by Ibrahim Traore, removing the stagnant and corrupt authorities that were existing in Burkina Faso prior towards um, being ousted by Ibrahim Traore, and that being on populist support. Um, Also, we have heard and seen stories of the development that has taken place during the time that Ibrahim Traore has been in power. We've also, heard and observed reports of numerous attempts at his life, um, to uh, attempts to unalive him. Right? We've heard that, and we've heard all kinds of we've heard certain accusations from American leadership against him, that were clear shots taken to try to undermine the authority of Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, as well as his growing inspirational influence across the globe. Right. So these are the things that we've been able to observe up until the point where um, he made the trip to visit Russia. So what I kind of wanted to get into and share with you um, is basically some observations that I've taken note of, and you may have noticed some of these too if you've been paying attention. And that is why I posit the question: what do you think about his progress so far? But I think the question is also, um, has his actions, his words and actions, increased your opinion about him, be it favorable or unfavorable? Has his actions and words increased or decreased? If your perspective about him was a favorable one, optimistic one, has it increased more so or has it decreased? And if it was a negative perspective, has it decreased or increased? Do put that in the commentary. I'm curious to know. Now, um, there's an old saying that I used to hear as a child growing up, and it was basically a kind of expression, right, that one would say in their effort to judge whether or not a person could be a friend or a foe, a person is good to listen to or ignore or anything like that. And this is, let me see here. There we go. The button wasn't clicking right. I know many of you probably heard this biblical passage before. You will know them by their fruits. So, with that being the case, what do we know by the fruits thus far of Ibrahim Traore? What are his fruits? And what does that tell us about the kind of person, the kind of leader that Ibrahim Traore is, the kind of person he is? Um, what does that? What are his fruits? So personally, what I can say is there's been a lot of positive um, opinions, respectable opinions about the professional character of Traore, his front and center, determined style of leadership. Um, what one might say is a shining example, a leading example that other leaders across the world, would behoove them to take serious note, especially if you're trying to, you know, uh, increase in the opinions of people, win the hearts and minds of people. It would make sense to take note of what Ibrahim is doing. But let's see something here. I want to just show you how motivated some people have become because of what's been going on. People are starting to get very creative when it comes to uh, just how they feel about Ibrahim Traore. How do you feel is what I'm asking. I would like to know that in the comment. How do you feel? What is your opinion? Um, and more so, what have you been doing that demonstrates your perspective about the leadership of Ibrahim Traore? Does it affect you? Does it matter to you? Or is it something that you see as local, simply beneficial to the people of Burkina Faso and nothing more? Or do you see this as something globally impactful, something that does matter to you? You understand? Even though this is the authority, the leadership of Burkina Faso, the kind of leadership that Ibrahim Traore is demonstrating, do you believe that can and does affect you in your life. Seeing a black man not in just the position of leadership in Africa, but a kind of leadership that challenges what many people may have thought could not be challenged, and that being Western powers in the United States of America, and mainly because many of the people who haven't done what Ibrahim Traore is doing um, find themselves either afraid or they've observed behavior that ones like the United States has done to other people before. And so it makes them not want to stand up or put their neck out on the line, so to speak. Um, some people regard Ibrahim Traore's um, presence or similar to like the likes of Thomas Sankara. And it's well known, by those that know that, he was assassinated, taking on a similar journey. But the thing that, I think if we pay attention, should stand out above all else is the great difference between um, the progress that Ibrahim Traore has made versus what ones like Thomas Sankara was able to achieve during their time before they ended up being unalived by the powers that be. Muammar Gaddafi was literally um, disrespected on so many levels when it came to the way his enemies um, unalived him and dealt with him. You understand? Which should anybody that has any kind of doubts or suspicion, or maybe we're just overreacting or this or that regarding the nature and of the devilry of Western powers, Western empirical powers, colonial powers. Maybe we're just overreacting. But the actions that you see having happened to ones like I said, go take a look at find a YouTube clip on the last days of Muammar Gaddafi, and you'll get a clear idea of just how underhanded, how wicked, how spiteful his enemies were. To where this was a moment that they used to celebrate in a mocking way. You understand? Showing you what kind of a character they really have. The enemies of Muammar Gaddafi I'm speaking about. So to do what you see Ibrahim Traore doing is clearly not an easy undertaking. It's not something that um, is easy to do. Uh, and once you're in that kind of position where people know that you are a symbol of resistance against um, colonial powers, Western powers, empirical powers, and that every day that you remain in this position, you remain an open target to your enemies. It is, again, it's not an easy task, which is why when Ibrahim Traore went to Russia, he was actually escorted, you understand, by Russian military uh, aircrafts, you understand, that escorted him to Moscow, to make sure that nothing could happen to him. Also, what that did is a few other things that may be overlooked. One is it shows um, the keeping to their word of Russia. You understand? Um, what, irrespective of whatever their motives may be, I would say that maybe they have some motives, but to guess or assume what those motives might be, um, I don't think we're at the proper time. Now, of course, people can suggest that Russia is only doing that because they need more allies because of the war against Ukraine. But I don't think that Russia is really in need of that right now. I think they have exactly what they need to get that job done all by itself. But that aside, And that's just for me observing the, the basic principle of what Russia just did. They insisted on a ceasefire on their own terms, their own number of days. And while that was happening, even though the Ukrainian opponent made some threatening gestures to any would-be guest that Russia would have invited to Moscow, um, in, yet and still, Russia continued on. This show must go on, business as usual, right? And that in a way sticking it to the face of the leadership of Ukraine, like, look, we're going to do. You really can't do anything to us anyway, so we're going to go ahead and do this anyway, right? So that really, let you know just who has the upper hand in that conflict. When you can basically have a party, you understand? Although theirs was more of a ceremonial sort, there were a lot of other elements in there showing paying respects to the fallen and things like that. But when you can do this and dictate the terms of when it begins, when it ends, you're the one that's got the upper hand, and the other guy can't do anything to counter that or challenge the conditions. You got the upper hand in the fight. So, for those that might think that, oh, he's doing this because he needs more allies, I think, it would be benefit you to observe this line of reasoning. Now, for so for one, it showed that at least Putin has demonstrated that he's a man of his word, and that he has a great deal of respect for the leadership of Burkina Faso. It also shows that there must be a great importance in protecting Ibrahim Traore. You understand? There must be some value known, you understand, by Russian leadership about Ibrahim Traore, that because of that value, that the awareness of that value, you got to protect this man, right? Got to protect this man at all costs. So that should tell you something. This is also a power move on behalf of Ibrahim Traore. You understand? Brave, courageous act, because literally, in things like this, anything could go wrong. Blaming it on an accident, any number of things could take place or could occur that could have made this all go south. You understand? All turn for the worse, but it didn't. And even whatever the case may be, you can see that none of this perturbed or bothered Ibrahim Traore in the least way. I was also curious or interested about some of the the persons that Ibrahim had brought with him, particularly his right-hand man. And many of you may or may not be aware that his right-hand man was the brother, the very brother who the enemies tried to persuade with wealth, promises of wealth. You understand, millions of US dollars, as well as a comfortable life in a country, Western country. You understand? Comfortable life and so on. All this was placed right before this brother. And not only did he turn it down, but he reported it to his leader. This is the brother that Ibrahim Traore decided to take with him. But which that speaks of a great deal about loyalty. Speaks of loyalty. So let's take a look at this one too. So as you see, if you look at, if you've been following these events, you saw other leaders arrive in Moscow, and from representing different countries and whatnot, and all of them, coming on an even playing field. In other words, the way Ibrahim Traore was shown respect was on par, equal to the same way that all the other leaders that arrived were shown respect. He was treated as an equal. Why is this important to the African and the diaspora, the Black community? Why is this important? Why is this? Why should this matter to you? It should matter to you because in what this brother has demonstrated, you should be able to see yourself in that. You understand? You should be able to see yourself in this moment. What do I mean? I mean that imagine that this is literally leadership representing you and your interests, your whole overall interest, everything that you've been fighting for, everything that you stand for. If you are about liberation, if you are about self-determination, if you have the mind and heart of a revolutionary who's had enough of being under the yoke, under the chain of Western powers and empirical enslavement. You understand? So here you see a man who looks like you and I, walking proud, walking with no skip in his step. In other words, walking with no hindrance, no hesitation, but truly confident. You understand? And succeeding through each step. Through every step the brother takes, you see each step made with success. The whole venture in Moscow was definitely a level up. You understand? On the track record of Ibrahim Traore in a major way. You understand? In such a way that leaders from around the world, especially those that attended this event, um, had to acknowledge the leadership of Burkina Faso for what it was, what it is, proper, sound leadership, upright leadership. Ibrahim Traore's efforts in that we have seen so far, all of this, including attending this uh, ceremony, all of this should be a moment of inspiration in the hearts and minds of many um, Africans and African diaspora across the world. If anything, you could say, excuse me, if anything, you could say that Ibrahim Traore is definitely a strategic brother, being in the right place at the right time, demonstrating the right actions, the right moves, and speaking the right words with the right heart. That's what we can observe clearly. So this is him arriving in Moscow. He's getting the same treatment that every other president that arrived got. And the reason why this is important to me is because I'm the type of person I look for, like those small signs, those small signs that of behavior and character, shifting of facial expressions that some leadership gives other leaderships in other worlds that they may not have a great deal of respect for. You see some leaders, if they feel greater than the other, they will kind of snub the nose, or not really give a wholehearted greeting. Like, for example, if you saw the way that Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, greeted Xi Jinping of China, you would believe that they were very, very close allies, like brothers. You would think that these are brothers on one accord. In many ways, given the nature of today's of the times, you could say they are. Notwithstanding the fact that they share some common elements in their history. But Ibrahim Traore was given equal hospitality, equal reception as all the other presidents. There was no lessening or increasing or decreasing of the treatment that he had versus any other president. In fact, I saw the Belarus president, who's also seen as a close ally to Russia, and you can pretty much say that the reception from him was no less or greater than the reception of Ibrahim Traore. So you could say from that Vladimir uh, hosted this event in a way that didn't belittle Ibrahim Traore. You understand what I'm saying? There was no signs in that whole event that I would say he was being belittled or something. Um, and this is important because this is something that we see happen to leaders sometimes in other countries, where there's little grins or little lookaways or something like that, where they're really not showing respect to the other leader. You understand? Ibrahim Traore was treated in a very honorable way, and not only that, but he himself showed a great deal of humility. He showed a great deal of respect to those that were present and the events that occurred. There was a what do you want to call it, a moment of silence observed at a point of the event where there's a section where there is they call the fallen soldier, right? And during that moment, he paid equivalent respects to this monument, equivalent to even what the president of China had been presenting, and other presidents had been other leaderships had demonstrated. So would you say that is because I could understand that some people, will say, "Oh, well, that's just politics, or that's just formalities." But even when you think about things that are just basic formalities, there's a certain amount of heart that comes into it when you're sincere about it, where it's not just the formality, but you're actually putting yourself in the moment. And that's what I felt that Ibrahim Traore was doing, was putting himself at the moment and you know really connecting with the experience. Mhm. And so so in terms of politics, I would say that the brother gets an A plus. You understand? Well, if not more than that, in terms of how he handled uh, his activities in Russia. And he didn't waste any time there. He didn't waste any time at all. Really took advantage of the moment. And one moment I wanted to share with you because it's kind of the moment that me, being a student of knowledge, one loves to pursue knowledge, who loves to pursue learning and things like that. Um, I wanted to share with you a clip that I was really impressed with when it comes to him using his time beneficially while in Russia. So yes, definitely, Traore continues to make power moves that have a lasting impact. These are moments that they're a part of history now. They're not going anywhere. They're a moment that can't be taken from him. You understand? It's kind of hard to build a case attempting to shame someone, to blame someone, to accuse them. It's kind of hard to do that when every move that the person makes is one of honorable moves, one that that even an enemy would have to respect. It's kind of hard to paint that kind of a person in negative light. You understand? You have to really go an extra mile to try to find a way to do that. So, and that's why I've noticed that while this event was going on, I just noticed how quiet Western media got on, reporting it, in a way that now, just to show you the mentality that Western leadership or Western media would have demonstrated with something like this. Let's say they showed that there was an event going on in Russia, 3-day ceasefire, but they would downplay a lot of things. They probably wouldn't even show Ibrahim Traore on their line of media. When it comes to Western media, they probably wouldn't even talk about it, if not just to give him a side face shot, like this is how they belittle the black man in the West. They, like we're just a side note. We're nothing really important. Just a little side note. They would do something like that. Or if they did show him or show Putin or anything, it would be something, for them to try to express shame or blame or, you know, uh, paint Putin as a tyrant, all these type of things. This is how Western media does things. So when we look at other media sources, you understand, peace and blessings, we see something that's hard to belittle. It's hard to present some type of false allegations or some type of hate talk about Ibrahim Traore while the world is seeing him doing things as a courageous leadership, a representation of courageous leadership, while the world is seeing him in action. How do you paint this kind of person in negative light when everybody is able to clearly see what the brother is doing? So that being the case, it kind of, you see why the West is kind of quiet during this moment. Not much to talk about, not much to report for their liking. Not It's kind of hard to spin things that are straightforward. So yes, indeed, this was definitely a day to salute the brother Ibrahim Traore. And so, of course, he was able to uh, take a moment to have a conference with Putin and discuss mutual interest of Burkina Faso, hear out the interest of Russia, basic uh, diplomacy, basic interaction between one country's leader and another country's leader. And one thing that I noticed out of this moment is that one, you don't get the feeling, you don't get the idea that Ibrahim was, sitting in this room with Putin, tucking his tail, as we would say, shucking and jiving. You don't see any of that coming from Ibrahim. He's sitting man to man, talking on behalf of Burkina Faso, of the interest of Burkina Faso, listening man to man to what the interests are of Russia. That is it's a sight to behold, because let me say this again. What you are seeing is a black man in a dominant position of power. You understand? A dominant position of authority and power. You're seeing a black man doing this and not, coming tap dancing for anybody, not coming, bending over to appeal to the bigger master. You don't see that happening with Ibrahim Traore. You see a man showing his respects at the monument of the fallen soldier, showing just like anyone else that you saw there. And the way he was doing it, he was showing his respects as a soldier shows. You saw him salute and things like that. But you didn't see any actions that were like overboard, like reaching. You understand? Like some politicians will do things to try to, see, look, I'm shaking hands with a child, or see, look, I'm doing this. See, look, you didn't see Ibrahim Traore behaving in that way. His character, you could say, was consistent with the character that we've been seeing up until this point. So yeah, right here, they're Putin and Ibrahim Traore, are meeting. Here I'm looking at the comments. It says Russia will continue to provide assistance in the fight against radical groups in Burkina Faso. Vladimir Putin said at a meeting with the president of the African state, Ibrahim Traore. So even there, they were basically dropping jewels, you understand, letting it be known that we got your back. You understand? It's kind of like I don't know why it makes me think of a video game, but there's a video game that I was playing one time, and it's like an RPG game. And in RPG games, you can form parties of different types of characters. So you got the one character who's got the sword, you got the one character who might be doing magic and things like that. You got another character who might be good at picking locks and thieving, and you got this buff dude. You understand? Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hold on a second. I'll put a link up in the chat here shortly. But you have like one character is like this real buff dude who's just brute strength. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like what I see out of this Russian Burkina Faso alliance. I don't see. I mean, like I said, I understand politics is politics, and when anybody sits at a table, you want to have some type of mutual exchange. Like, I'm doing this for you. How are you going to look out for me? Or look, we admire what you guys are doing here. We want to break bread. How can we get a seat at the table and so on, right? That's what I see here. I don't see where like, oh, dear great one, we've come to you and we need your assistance. Please help us. Give to us. Give us food and drink. I don't see anything like that, right? I see a strong man sitting at the table with another strong man, albeit one country is bigger or maybe military superior to the other. But that I don't see that being like the focal point at the table here. I see mutual respect taking place, which matters because, as I'm saying to you, this is a black man, a black leader. This is how the world is recognizing him. Even though he's the president of Burkina Faso, the world is recognizing him differently. There's been even push to see him as the leader of Africa, the leader of the African Union, or leader of different types of major African organized bodies. People want to see his leadership rise bigger than just Burkina Faso, the country itself. They want to level him all the way up. You understand what I'm saying? They want to level the brother up. Do you think that the brother is worthy of such treatment? Do you think that him leveling up in that way would be in the better interest? Or do you think that's doing too much? What are your thoughts? So, me being a person who greatly admires, let me show you this one right here since they're in that conference now. Knowledge, learning, being properly informed, the pursuit of investigation, You know what I'm saying? When it comes to technology, sciences, thought, for me, these are the core of what I strive to live by. Um, because at the end of the day, for me, they are what matter in this life. And if you don't have these elements in your life, I think I would say you're missing something. It's like living in the dark. You understand? It's like living in the dark to go about this life without even a desire to know, without even a desire to understand. That's the equivalent to living in the dark. So here, what you're seeing.
During a visit to Moscow, Burkina President Ibrahim Traore called for a stronger partnership with Russia in the military, scientific, and educational fields, claiming to learn lessons from the Russian example.
Yeah, what you may have observed in the events yesterday was Russia demonstrating their military capabilities and things like that. You understand? You had different vanguards marching, showing their some weapons, different types of machinery, things like that. And me thinking through or looking through the eyes of Captain Ibrahim Traore, I'm thinking like, he's probably he as a military person himself, he might be admiring um, the display of military abilities, and maybe have even been inspired. Like, okay, all right, I see how you working here. I see what you're doing. I'm impressed, like that, right? Not like, oh, we better behave because look at all the weapons that they've got. We're doomed. We've got a new master, so we want to. I don't see this at all. The thing about that type of behavior is it fits a certain kind of character that I don't see being demonstrated by Ibrahim at all. I see this brother demonstrating a very authoritative, upfront, about that business type of personality. This is what I see him presenting. So I don't see any fear. Even him knowing that, perhaps Russia, there are two great powers at this meeting, Russia and China. Superior power, he didn't come there for any of that. He came there because, one, he was invited. You understand? And he's paying respects to his ally. You understand? They're not their allies. And it opens up diplomatic opportunities. You understand? And perhaps even more than that. So Ibrahim Traore's visit to Russia holds paramount significance for African leadership and rising influence due to several key reasons. And let me remind you, like I said, I'm of the mind that when we see this, see yourself in this. We have to retreat from this idea of individualism to where if what happens in another location doesn't have anything to do with you, like it's here is you and here is it, here is this situation, and it's separate. We need to see ourselves as just as much involved as the Burkinabes themselves. You understand? This has something to do with every African in the world, every diaspora in the world, wherever you are. This is relevant to you. Firstly, the visit signifies a strategic move towards strengthening diplomatic relations between Burkina Faso and Russia. By engaging in high-level discussions and forging bilateral agreements, Ibrahim Traore demonstrates his commitment to expanding Burkina Faso's global partnerships, and I would even add influence. You understand? You need to understand just how other countries, Iran, all these countries are observing this. Even North Korea was so impressed that, according to one report, they're going to offer some forms of security support as well. You understand? So this is how impactful this person is. Who is this man, Ibrahim Traore, to make such an impact, to be so influencing in the world and not be a puppet of the West? Who is Ibrahim Traore for this to be the case? Ibrahim Traore demonstrates his commitment to expanding Burkina Faso's global partnerships, which can lead to mutual benefit for both nations, as I said. Secondly, the visit serves as an opportunity for Ibrahim Traore to showcase Burkina Faso's economic potential and investment opportunities to Russian investors. Big, big business, family. Put capitalism aside and the usury that comes with all of that, and understand the difference between a Russian uh, allied business transaction. By highlighting the country's growth prospects and development initiatives, he can attract foreign investments that can contribute to Burkina Faso's social economic advancement. Put it like this: other countries being inspired, seeing the stability in the leadership of Burkina Faso, seeing that he's not going anywhere. He's well protected. His country is well protected. He's now, I think it's up to 70 something percent of possessing Burkina Faso. You understand? Making sure that Burkina Faso has, more of its territory taken from terrorists that were occupying. So let's see here. So think about this, right? Other countries are seeing this, they're observing this, and likely impressed. Business personnel or entities seeing opportunities to do business. More business enriches your country. You understand? If you notice that the opposite is true as well. The less business, the weaker your country gets. Remember all those businesses that keep on leaving the United States? That's important to understand of how that will impact the country. You understand? So this is clearly groundbreaking and game changing for Burkina Faso itself, but perhaps even the whole of Africa, because you end up with an example. You understand? You end up with an example in the form of Burkina Faso, a template which all other African countries can see. Oh, that worked. He did it. It was successful. It worked. Maybe there's something we could learn from and spread that across the continent. Additionally, the visit allows Ibrahim Traore to explore areas of collaboration with Russia in diverse fields such as technology, energy, infrastructure, and security. By seeking partnerships in these strategic sectors, he can leverage Russia's expertise and resources to address key challenges facing Burkina Faso and enhance the country's capacity for sustainable development. So this is no small adventure. You understand? It's no like a little side note. This should be in front and center news. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, this, in my opinion, is more important than some of the the news that's taking place right now in the West, in the United States, even the Ukraine war. It's that level of importance. You understand? I say even more important than the Ukraine war because, in my opinion, Russia pretty much has that in the bag. You need to understand that the art of war, war strategy, sometimes things take time to get it in the head of the opposing side that, hey, this is over with. You lost, we won, go home. Not only that, but war is no simple on-off switch type of thing. You understand? It's not something you start and the next thing you know, it's easily finished and resolved, even if you are the victor. I mean, think of it this way. Let's say you've knocked your opponent out, you've jabbed him, it's clear that you won the fight, then you turn your back on him and he stabs you in the back and he wins, even though he technically had lost every round. You understand? Those type of things can happen in war. So, it makes sense that any country involved in war would want to make sure that their victory is what you call decisive. You understand? Decisive victories. So overall, Ibrahim Traore's visit to Russia signifies a proactive approach towards expanding Burkina Faso's diplomatic horizons, promoting economic growth and solidifying Africa's role in the international arena. This engagement not only benefits Burkina Faso, but also contributes to a broader narrative of African leadership and rising influence on the global stage. In other words, Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore's leadership has a chance of really expanding and perhaps even one day needing more breathing room. Because when you start developing, and at the rate that they're doing right now, you start needing more room, more capacity, more what do you want to call territory. And if you don't know already, Burkina Faso is actually a part of an alliance, AES. You understand? And that alliance currently consists of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. So what is making Burkina Faso strong is also going to be benefiting the other elements of that alliance. You understand? And would be allies who are on the sideline waiting to see if this is a move they should make or not. They're watching this. They're seeing all these successes check in. You understand? All the boxes are checking in. And I have a feeling that soon a time will come where these countries come out of their hiding, get some courage, and they start building on that alliance. You may not hear about it readily on media because that's not something the West would want to talk about, because that's too much like that's too much like Black success, too much like African success. So I want to share with you this clip right here because I'm really moved by it. So right here, it says, excuse me, Ibrahim Traore visits a university in Russia to give a lecture to students. And I really like this type of thing because to me, it says where the brother's heart's at. He could have went to many kinds of places. Just like, no, we're going to, take me to your university. Take me to your university. So here's saying May 10th, President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso delivered a lecture at the D.I. Mendeleev Russian University of Chemical Technology in Moscow. Yes, indeed. That's what you call a power move. When you go straight to the centers of knowledge, when you go straight to where the students are. Imagine the students in Russia, those who have been paying attention to what's been going on, watching this, right? Watching this event. Imagine how that wins their hearts and minds. You understand? Imagine Burkinabes watching their leader in a Russian university, you understand, talking, motivating, and inspiring the people there. You understand? Imagine the impact on the hearts and minds of Burkinabes right now, young Burkinabe students, watching their leader do this. These are the people who are feeling it the most. Right there in Burkina Faso, young students seeing their leader shake hands and break bread with the leader of another great country, sitting at the table, having equal level talks, and then going to one of their prominent centers of education. You understand? think about how that impacts the minds, the hearts and minds of Burkinabes as they watch this go on. Then imagine that how that affects others who are also watching this in the motherland of Africa, especially when it comes to building confidence in the leadership of Ibrahim Traore. Imagine the impact. Yes, indeed. It says during his address, he emphasized the importance of applying theoretical knowledge in practical context and advocated for enhanced academic collaboration between Burkina Faso and Russia. That's definitely a level up, you understand? Because you have to think about the level of sophistication that Russia has right now as far as their tech sectors are concerned, their learning sectors, um, the quality of education at their universities, and the type of, what do you want to call it, bread that can be broken between the two countries. You understand? Especially when it comes to the terms of, in terms of quality education in Burkina Faso. Imagine 10 years from now, the students that would have been able to benefit from the education, improved education as a result of this kind of an alliance. He also expressed interest in establishing branches of Russian universities in Burkina Faso to further educational development. So yeah, they're not playing any games. He's not playing any games, And it makes me think about when I think it was Saudi Arabia or one of the Arab countries, because I'm not for certain, but one of them had offered the put forth, building mosque in Burkina Faso, and Ibrahim Traore turned it down and said, "Give us, invest in hospitals, invest in schools, invest in business. That's what we need here." You understand? Obviously, they got plenty of mosques, plenty of churches. We need businesses. We need schools. We need hospitals. And here, you see, that's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he's talking about at that table with Vladimir Putin at this event. And as I said to someone earlier, I said he went straight to the point. He didn't, like I said, he didn't tap dance or anything. He went straight to the point. This is where we stand. This is what our interests are. What you got? What you got for us?
Дамы и господа, его превосходительство, президент Буркина Фасо Ибрагим Трауре.
I'm telling you, them brothers and sisters over there at the university, they were amped up. They were full of energy, very much inspired. I'm just saying, think of how that energy, that raw inspiration right there will impact those students in days and years to come. This will be a moment they will never be able to forget that they were a part of history. You understand? Groundbreaking, game changing, next level history. Think about that. There they are. Definite salute. Um, yes, indeed. That's something that you can't help but to have any kind. If you are a true revolutionary at heart, you can't help but to see this with admiration. How can you look at this and have something other than admiration when you see what's going on? So I'm putting the link in the chat for any brother that would or sister that would entertain breaking bread. Just be mindful of your choice of words, because lest there be words that you would say that you don't approve your children saying or hearing. Rather say what you would approve them of hearing, and let's stay on the topic as best as we can, because I know how easy it is to to be inspired and to we start building on things, and next thing you know we start flying in you know different lanes and different directions of motivative conversation. You understand? So yes, indeed. Go ahead, check that link out right there, and let me pin that message there for you, because I want to know. I want to know: has your opinion, has your perspective about Captain or President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso increased positively or decreased? Has it increased or decreased? And do you believe that he's progressing? And if you were in his shoes at this given junction at his life at this time, what would be the next things to do? What do you perceive as the next moves um, that Ibrahim Traore will be making? What do you perceive as the next moves that the community at large, the diaspora, should be making to make the most out of this event in our life? What should we be doing right now? Wherever we are, if you're in America, what should you be doing if you're in America? If you're in the UK, what should the brothers and sisters of the diaspora be doing there that supports uh, this cause? You understand? What actions should we be taking? What message should we be speaking speaking on? Okay, let me go ahead and welcome our brother in here. Let's put you over here. All right. Yes, indeed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Walaikum assalam rahmatullah barakatuh. What's going on with you?
Yes, indeed. Alhamdulillah. All praise be to Allah. I am doing as well as I'm able to do and grateful for that.
Alhamdulillah.
So, welcome back. Soul Journey of Life. We pray that you're, in the best mind, body, and soul of health.
Alhamdulillah.
Um, what
Same to you.
would
Okay.
you? Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Shukran.
Mhm.
What can I say? My first question is: has your perspective, your opinion about Ibrahim Traore, whatever that opinion be, positive or negative, has it increased or decreased about him? And whether it increased or decreased, is it a positive opinion or a negative opinion?
Oh man, it definitely increases by the day. I see him as,
Mhm.
like I said, I do see him as a revolutionary icon in West Africa. Um, And I actually do see him as a change to the whole movement of revolutionary empowerment,
Hmm.
because he's actually doing something that a lot of movements have tried to do. And granted, he has power behind him also.
Do you think that now this is I'm gonna take this question. This is more of a touchy question, maybe a touchy question. Um, and I'm saying this given the experience as a black man, as an African born in America, right?
Hmm.
And how we've been brought up when it comes to um, dealing with, I'm saying it this way, dealing with the white man, right? We haven't
Hmm.
had a very positive experience in that regard.
Hmm.
Now, and so I'm wondering how brothers and sisters are seeing this. Here is a black leader, an African leader,
Hmm.
demonstrating great levels of authority, maturity in leadership, and so on, and breaking bread with the leader of another country, albeit a perhaps bigger, more stronger country, but another white man. And so,
Hmm.
some people, have even put forth, oh, well, all that's happened was, we're exchanging slave masters, right?
Hmm.
And I'm wondering at us saying this because we're so perturbed, startled, shaken by our experiences with the white man that it's hard for us to see it any other way when it comes to
Hmm.
interaction with another white man, even though the philosophy of Putin is clearly different than Western leaders, right?
Hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Agree with the statement that we're changing slave masters is, to me, is totally ludicrous, because
Mm,
um we are in the slave master's house.
yeah.
We're in their house. Ibrahim Torre is in his house.
Hmm.
He's not in the slave master's house. He's in his house. And in his house, he's controlling the rules. He's controlling the power. And he's also being recognized by not just a nation, but a superpower. That in
Yes.
itself says a lot when it comes to respect. And does Russia have some type of motivation behind it, some type of motive? Well, of course. Russia don't like the West. They're gonna do anything. Russia's gonna probably do anything to see the West off.
Yes.
The thing is that it's a good move for Ibrahim Traore if Russia is allowed to be an ally to Burkina Faso only if they pay their own way,
Hmm.
okay? And only if they help with government and infrastructure. I think I think that it's a perfect deal. Like if
So,
Mhm.
for example, he was one of the things that he was sitting at the table across from Putin talking about was, for example, matters concerning education,
See,
things of that nature. And
stratification.
yeah, so I was thinking to myself, and to try to put this in perspective because some of us don't have a grounded knowledge of how life is in Russia. You
Hmm.
understand? We're very, very, very limited, and our perspective is heavily skewed by Western twists. So much so that the only thing we know is it's cold, and we think we're taught that there's a dictator there, right?
Right, that's it. Mm.
And it has a very fancy looking cathedral that you could see on a postcard, right?
Hmm.
So that's that. Many of us, that's the extent of our Russian knowledge.
Hmm.
um, as far as how life is there for the average Russian, many don't know. So I'm thinking in my mind is I'm thinking like, imagine if in this case, imagine the shoes were in reverse. Instead of Russia being the ally, it was America, and America was actually a good America and not a corrupt America. And in that light, or in that example, you have Harvard University, right? Let's say Traore is talking to the good Trump, not the evil Trump that you see now. In this example, I'm putting an example up front. Let's say he's talking like, look, we want some education, all the same things he's saying right now. And what I have in my mind is like, quality institutions like Harvard and what is the other one? Yale or something like that.
Yeah, Yale's Princeton.
Bringing their tools, bringing their professors, bringing their quality staffing to Burkina Faso, and over the course of time, really developing the educational infrastructure. You understand? That's what I see potentially happening from this exchange between Burkina Faso and Russia. And because that's no small level education. When you're a big country, you've got the money to really invest in the quality of your education, your scientists, your economists, all the sectors of when it comes to knowledge and things, the need to know things that make a government, a nation run. You understand? All of that come into Burkina Faso in some measure. You understand? And then over the course of time, really leveling up Burkina Faso on a major scale. You understand? There's even a report that, and I'm not sure the authenticity of it, that North Korea wants a piece of the action, of the diplomatic action. You understand? So much so that they're even talking about, look, we got some stuff we got some stuff for you to learn over here. You understand? We're going to go ahead and let's break bread. They're talking.
I believe
it. Yeah. And why is this important? Because for many, especially in America, we've had so many veils placed over our eyes that our perspective of the world at large is so skewed. Even as we're learning, some of us are well established in historical knowledge, so we perceive ourselves to be, right. You ask us anything about history from here to China, we can tell you how the Great Wall of China came into being. All of this we can tell you, but it's all, I hate to say, hindered by this veil that makes our understanding of this history skewed, so that we can't appreciate this interaction between the leader of Burkina Faso and Russia the way that it should be appreciated. And the best way I can break it down is, I'm just saying, look at how Putin behaved towards all the leaders that he shook hands with. Then look at how he behaved towards Ibrahim Traore. Do you notice any difference? No. Why? Because he was treating each one equally. And that's my point. You understand? He was literally not making a major distinction per se. He was treating them as equals, as leaders, respected leaders, upon which he was bestowing his hospitality in Russia. Am I on point there, or am I off?
I think you're on point there. I mean, his energy with President Obama is totally different with his energy with Ibrahim Traore, which is something to think about. Because
go ahead. I was just going to say, I was going to add to what you just mentioned about Obama. It made me really think about that, because it's like, okay, let's say you and I, we're all kicking in. We got a homeboy and another some homeboy that we've known from back in the days, and another guy shows up, and we start all kicking it over time. And then there's something about this new guy that shows up that rubs us the wrong way. Like, So every time we see him, it's like the interaction is not like the same interaction that it would be with your homeboy to the right, your homeboy to the left that you know from back in the days, right? And that's kind of how I felt when I saw the exchange between Putin and Obama. It's like he knows that this is politics. You understand? And for the most part, this is what you do. You have to move a certain way in the political arena, and that's just what it is. But in the
Hmm.
case of Ibrahim Traore, I felt like he had a genuine respect for Traore as a leader of Burkina Faso and as a just as a human, as a man. You understand? I
Hmm.
don't think that there's no telltale signs that would say to me that Putin perceived like ill will on the part of Ibrahim Traore. While
Yeah.
in the case of like someone like Obama, he's got to wonder, he's got to check Obama's back to make sure he's not got a knife hiding behind there. You understand?
Hmm.
While he's
Hmm.
giving him the handshake, just as Muammar Gaddafi found out the hard way.
Right. Yeah, and see, that's what I was gonna say. It's like I think that it was the case because Russia. I heard that Russia even tried to intervene, and I didn't even know that. That Russia even try to intervene in Libya when they was trying to kill
Wow. Yeah.
Gaddafi. You know what I mean? So, and I didn't know anything about that, but
Yeah. They tried to. They tried to. Like I don't know if it was Russia that was doing this or one of the Arab states, where they were
uh
basically telling Gaddafi, like, look, why don't you come on over here for a while, go in a little exile. You understand? Play it
uh
safe just until the smoke clears, and then once everything clears out, we can figure out what happens next. Why don't you come here? But
hmm
Gaddafi, he has a warrior spirit. It's like, look, if the ship is going down, I gotta go down with it.
hmm Yeah, that was a just bringing that up, man, and because I watched that so close, because I
Mm-hmm.
was it was heartbreaking.
Yeah, it
It
was.
was heartbreaking to see. It was really heartbreaking to see, and it was heartbreaking and evil at the same time. Like I think that was the start of me doing further investigation about what happened in history between us and them.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
You know,
When I the Hillary when I saw and this is just a surface perspective because when I look at
mhm,
things, I go underground with it. But I was just looking at the one broadcast where Hillary, I think she was vice president at the time. I can't remember, or she secretary or something. She might have been
Secretary
vice
of
president.
Defense or
Secretary
second.
of Defense. Okay, at that time she was
Hmm.
Secretary of Defense. Okay, well, the way she presented the the case or the report or whatnot was
Hmm.
so demonic. You understand?
Hmm.
It was. I was like, if that wasn't enough to tell you of the nature of this enemy, I don't know what else could.
Hmm.
That
Yeah, it
right
was.
there was right straight in your face how they really feel. You understand?
Hmm.
And just the extent that they will go to manifest their devilry.
Hmm. Yeah, it was sad. It was totally sad. So when I seen Putin uh inviting Abraham Traore um to Russia,
Mhm.
I actually understood in a way his method. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you can't. It's like in some cultures you just don't shake hands with the devil. You don't do
Right,
it. You
right.
know what I mean? If the devil puts their hands out, you don't shake hands with him. I think the only reason why he shook hands with Trump is because um
There's something
Trump
thorough about Trump, even though he's on some ill stuff.
right. Trump is dealing with Putin in a way financially anyway, in the business aspect. He has
Right,
one of his
that part.
one of his hotels over there. And not only that, but Milena has a far, far, far kinship towards them. That's what the what you call it is. I don't know how true that is, but they say that Milena is kin to Putin in some type of way.
Yeah.
So um so the thing is that but for him a superpower to recognize Abraham Torre uh and almost nobody else. I mean, because if you really think about it, no, I don't think that same respect has went to anybody else in Africa.
No,
I really don't.
I don't either. And I was
I
trying to think. I think the closest we've come to that would be South Africa. and that was like um,
Mm-hmm.
like Mandela time. You understand? I think that's the
Mm-hmm.
closest, internationally speaking, that any major country has been to this quality,
And
interaction, this
and
level of
Ethiopia
interaction.
and Ethiopia.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
we go.
Ethiopia.
Those two. Mm. But the thing is that out of 53, so at least, I'm saying, at least what, 50 nations left. You know what I mean? So the thing is I'm saying is that excuse me. So the thing is I'm saying is that it's I think it's a real good I think it's a real good play. I think if Russia uh um helps Burkina Faso in maintaining security, that'd be nice.
Yes,
That would be nice to see, like, to make sure that you don't have, little coups being brought up and people, what I'm saying, little militias coming over there to stir up trouble and kill people.
it
You
would
know.
be nice. It would be nice because it would allow. Because one of the things I always had a wonder about is if
Hmm.
Africa was left alone from foreign influence, from foreign intervention and whatnot, and manipulation. How would it look like? How would How would, if it was left to its own devices to develop and be truly free? What would Africa be like? And I think Burkina Faso is in the prime position to manifest just that. You understand?
Yeah.
When you got
Yeah.
the kind of brother Ibrahim Traore he's intelligent and he's also passionate and he's got a vision. You understand?
Hmm.
So allowing the environment, it's kind of like saying, here's the garden, here's the soil and fertilizer, all the elements are right. The sun is shining, the rain is on
Hmm.
time. Let's grow our garden and see what outcome can happen with no um, alteration of the environment in any kind of way. Let's
Hmm.
see what this grows into, and that would
Hmm.
show you, that would be a thumbnail sketch of the glory that Africa can manifest, and not just Africa, but the diaspora across the world. It would show you what we're able to do when we're not influenced. You understand, by foreign
Hmm.
tyrannical powers.
Hmm. Facts. Facts. I mean, it probably would bring us back all the way to when before it actually really collapsed. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Before Africa really was really what before the West really started interfering in um and how we govern and how we um our social, our social lives as and how we sustain being a people, you know what I'm saying? Because the West
Yes,
had a lot to do with that. West had a lot to do with tearing us down over the years and putting
yes,
other people in place to make sure that we stay down.
yes.
To make sure that we stay down. Like there's a couple books that I would even recommend a person to read. Like there's a book about Thomas Jefferson,
Mm.
and it talks about Thomas Jefferson and the Barbary War, and it talks about how the role that Thomas Jefferson played in his role that he played during the Barbary Wars. You know what I mean? And this is
Okay.
during the time that North Africa had still had um, they still had power over Africa. You understand what I'm saying? But this was the time when the Moors were still actually when the Moors was still actually a governing body in Africa. You know, and I think it's a very good book to read because for the simple fact it makes Western history and Eastern history at that time synonymous.
What
Like
did you
it's
say the name
parallel.
title is of that book?
It's Thomas Jefferson and the Barbary Wars. Let me see. Let me get the Am I saying that right? Hold on, let me make sure.
I put some. Is that what you're saying right there? What I just typed?
Let's see. Chat. Hold on for a minute. I'm gonna
Okay.
pull the book up. Sorry about this, brother. Okay. Um.
Yes, indeed. I think that's a perspective that we tend to overlook when it comes to the way, especially when considering the way we're taught history in history class
Mhm.
in public schools. We don't
Oh,
get to
okay.
really see the level of darkness, that
Mm,
many
mm.
of these countries were involved in. Let's see. Are you sharing something?
Yeah.
Or
No.
you?
No. No. It's called Tom. I'm sorry because I had a different book in mind. It's called Thomas Jefferson and the Tripoli Pirates. It's authored by Brian Kilmely. You can even get it on the audiobook. And then there's another one that I would recommend also when it comes to our history. Hold on for a minute.
Mhm.
And this one is called African Slaves and White Masters. No, White Masters, African Masters and
If you
White
can
Slaves and
type
African
those
Masters. I'm sorry.
titles.
Yeah, here we go. White Slaves and
Okay.
African
If you
Masters.
can type those in the commentary. That way, okay.
But here, let me type that in there. Are you there, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my bad. Sorry about that. Uh, oof. Let me see. How do I do it? How do I put that in chat?
They're quoting him as saying, "A corrupt politician in a suit will do more harm than a patriotic soldier in uniform.
Hmm.
One bleeds the people, the other stands ready to protect them. But what if the soldier also has vision? Meet Ibrahim Traore, the man shaking Africa's conscience."
Hmm. I don't think I can. Why does it seem like I can't type in the chat, bro? It says join.
Uh,
It says join the chat.
did you click join the chat? Also, the other way you could do this if you just go to the YouTube live itself and type in the YouTube chat. That might be easier because I think
Okay.
you're. Are you trying to chat
Oh,
through the Streamyard?
yeah, through the stream. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
So, um, Thomas Jefferson and Tripoli Pirates. Yeah, so I mean, it's a good book to understand the position that Thomas Jefferson actually had during the Barbary War.
Okay.
Um, and the white slaves and African masters has actually a letter in it from Benjamin Franklin when he was a prisoner of war in North Africa for 5 years. And this is another thing that's not taught in history class because if you teach that, then you have to teach why that happened, who had the control of the seas at that time, and then if you put two and two together, you understand what I'm saying? You'll understand
Hmm.
why we were enslaved. Most of us was enslaved.
Hmm.
So that was just an
It makes a lot of sense because it's clear that for the most part, our education, our mainstream education, I should say,
hmm
has been dominated by a one-sided perspective that exalts the powers that be
hmm
and doesn't really cast them in a realistic light of how they truly were, what kind of people they truly were. And often we have to find that through the eyes of other people altogether.
Facts.
Like I was saying an example, like the ancient I think it was the ancient Mayans
hmm
when they knew that the that they knew that there was a devil coming to the Americas. You understand?
hmm
And they were so concerned about this that they talked about it in their glyphs and whatnot.
hmm
And the point is that now, if I were to look at that from just like a standalone situation, I might think, oh, that's just the religious beliefs and da 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 da. But
hmm
if I were to apply that historically, you understand, and observe the timeline for which they were talking about this,
hmm
you'd end up matching that up with the event of the white man invading the Americas.
Yep.
You
Facts.
understand? But when you
Mm,
separate that, because the way they like to do is they put a little book all by itself, like this is just an isolated case. It has nothing to do with European invasion of America. You would think that this is a completely unrelated matter. I said, but
mhm,
no, the time that's on the timeline, this matches up with the exact time when these people started invading and occupying America. And
mhm,
here the sages and seers of ancient Maya, the Mayan empire or whatnot, are talking about this,
see?
calling them devils.
And then where did then you have to be curious and inquisitive on how they got that information. Like
Hmm.
how they knew that, how they predicted that was gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
It's truly like I just it's
For
hard
one, to
not
give
to
you
believe in the divine.
that's what I was going to get at. One, that whole experience in and of itself would tell us a bit of how seeing works in the first place, how prophecy
Mhm,
and all that. Because I'm telling you, when I compare how we have been brought up to talk and think with how elders and people who carried on ancient patterns for a long time, right?
mhm,
Talk about the same thing when they talk about prophets, when they talk about seers and all this. It's like the difference between talking about Disney World and NASA, if that makes any sense.
mhm,
You understand? We've been taught Disney World is NASA while they're living in the exact opposite. I'm trying to, there's a way I'm trying to explain this, but
mhm.
we've been taught to, we've been taught a very fictitious interpretation of reality. So
Facts.
much
Mhm,
so that it's ingrained in the way we interpret what we read, what we see. Like
mhm,
how many people right now are afraid of certain things going on in the world, not because of the gravity of the problems, but because of movies.
Mm-hmm.
You understand the projection that movies have given us about warfare and, for example, if I were to talk about bots, the AI bots that are the thing coming up now, right? And
Mm-hmm.
in the back of the average American mind, how many of those minds is in a state of fear? And the
Mm-hmm.
first thing that comes to their mind is iRobot and things of this nature, Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm talking about is the level of psychological programming. We can't even
Yeah.
think of Russia in a clear lens. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? We can't think of China in a clear lens. And yet, when you see a camera go through the cities of China, you see a city more developed than the average city in America of the same of its equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? If
Yeah.
you were to like fly a drone through New York, bird's eye view, and then fly through I can't pronounce the name of this other one, but it's like their New York. You understand? You
Mm-hmm.
would think you done went through a time portal or something into the future, leaving America and going to China. But
Mm-hmm.
the average person here, especially amongst the melanated community, would know nothing about it. You
Yeah.
understand? Our view of life is really skewed, and even when it comes to and many of us, and this is particularly directed towards many of us learned ones, those of us who see ourselves in a position of learning,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, Even that are as quality learning as we might perceive ourselves to be, where we know this and that, we know everything about ancient Kemet, we know everything about the Hebrew children, we know everything about the Deen of Islam, we know everything about ancient Christianity, we know everything. This is our mindset. We've been studying and studying and studying. We go in deep, but I'm just saying that I've noticed just when I compare what I say to what an elder here says, even though the elder may not have gone through all the extensive literary research that I have, I still feel more connection to what he says. His spiritual, his way of words. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
feel more sincerity, more authenticity in his words than I do with my own words, backed with scholastic knowledge.
Yeah.
You understand? It's
Yeah.
like when I'm hearing him, I hear my stories that I learned growing up, but it's like I hear the real version of it, the real narrations of it. And so I'm saying this to say that oftentimes, I just find that, as much as we've learned is hindered behind veils of misinformation or skewed information, so that as we read, we're reading through their eyes and not our own. Even when we're reading our own knowledge, even when we're going in deep, even when we're trying to rise up out of the occasion. And I think this is what feeds our inability to unite. This is what feeds what hinders us from being able to really come together intellectually. Because,
Mm-hmm.
like, even this situation, I've been watching some of the YouTube people talking about Tariq Nasheed and just all this, bundle of twisted yarn and knots that we're putting forth, and it becomes another obstacle preventing us from the very thing that would literally save our lives, and
Mm-hmm.
that's unifying with wherever we are on the planet Earth,
Mm-hmm.
with those who are upon the same heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, but it's ego though, bro. It's a lot of you look, a lot a lot of us that's out there. Like some of us need to be cleared out. Some of us need to be, you know, set to the side. Everybody's not
Yes,
made to lead. And then with our people and with the rise of social media and Google, now we have all of these self-proclaimed scholars. And
right, right,
a lot of them get their information from the European and they tweak it a little bit,
mm,
and now it's new. And that's not how you revise anything. You have to go into the depths of any idea and find out why that idea was created. And you have to use a lens of that person's culture in order to understand their view.
Right.
You can't understand a person's view by uh looking through your own lens, or looking through a lens that has been given to you. Or if you don't have a lens at all and you're just reading, you're not going to really actually comprehend what it is that that person is doing and why that person is doing it, because you don't have any knowledge about that uh that ethnic group of people.
Okay. I'll give you a sharp example
Mhm,
of something here, because like I've literally had to perform abolition on everything that I've learned throughout my life as it
mhm,
as it was surfaced in my thoughts, right? So
mhm,
like I remember one time I was reading a Hindi history, right?
mhm,
Um, Not like a book of Hindi history, but I was reading it through the eyes of like the Vedic and the interactions of mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita between Arjuna and Krishna, and just I was reading like some of the timeline events. Then I then
mhm,
so I was like, okay. So then I started looking at some things that are associated with that history. Um, in
mhm,
particular, I was looking at when there were these monkey men, right? That
mhm,
were like a major adversary to the upright in the land at that time.
mhm,
And then I was looking, where did these monkey men come from? And then you find out it came from like the uh, area, like from Turkey, in that direction, right?
mhm,
Caucasian areas.
mhm,
And I'm looking at the timeline and at where these monkey men were at, then hearing a similar story talked about through the event of Prophet Ibrahim telling his people not to go among the people Canaan because they sleep with the animals. And I'm looking at all these pieces, and what ends up happening is I end up seeing a common story, almost like when you read the story of Noah, and then you read the story of Gilgamesh, and you say,
mhm,
wait a minute, wait, what's going on here? And if you never read the story of Gilgamesh, you might not think too much about that. But imagine if you started off with Gilgamesh and then read Noah later. You
mhm,
understand? How would that affect your mind? Um, so what I started doing is I started making timelines of
mhm,
events. Like the shoguns and the samurais. I started making timelines. What were they doing? Okay, while the samurai was doing this at this time, what was going on in the Americas? While the
mhm,
while the Mayans and or even before the Olmecs and the Aztecs, while they were doing such and such and such and such at that time, what was happening in Brazil. I would just keep
mhm,
on doing this and start creating these extensive timelines, and you would end up finding out some very interesting things. One about what the white man was doing there in that same time, how long they've been doing certain things,
mhm,
um, and in fact, one of the things that's amazing that's many timelines as far as what you would get from like Oxford and Britannica and things like that stop 6,000 years ago, right?
mhm.
But other people's timelines don't. Like,
Right.
but the way the West will play that out will be, oh, this is mythology now. Now it becomes
Mhm,
when it surpasses their own existing timeline of relevance. Now it's
mhm,
mythology
mhm.
or
But what?
or
But
prehistoric.
But when they could when they label it mythology, they're not really telling you that it's a lie or it's just a story.
Right.
They're actually telling you that it is a oral tradition that has came from that group of people. But all oral traditions start off with a real being.
Yes. Yes.
There's no oral tradition that is just gonna start off without a certain situation a real situation taking place, and it being exaggerated along the way through I mean, exaggerating along the way orally, because that's what people are going to do. You know what I'm saying? If you get 50 people lined up and you tell them one thing, by the time it gets through the whole 50 people, it's a whole different story. You know what I
Right.
mean? So because people are going to exaggerate and they're going to interpretate different things, interpret different things uh in their own way, even though, and then some of those ways may be incorrect. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So now you end up with this exaggerated story at the end that started off with actually a real person. You know what I mean? So, and this is another thing that they like when you go deep into anthropology, it's one
Hmm.
of the it's one of the religions and the myths and the folklore classes that they teach you at a university level. So folklore and myths, just because it's folklore and myths, don't mean that it's not true. It
Right.
just
Right.
means that it was added to so much that it's now exaggerated. So you would have to basically find, and that's a lot of digging.
Yes.
That's a
Hmm.
lot of digging. You know what I mean? But you would have to find the truth about that. If you could ever find the truth about that, and you would have to find some sources, some written sources that really actually explain that person
Yes.
correctly. You know what I mean? So, and that's how people get mythology. You know what I'm saying? So, like for instance, I mean uh for instance, you have Zeus, you know, Zeus and Kronos, you know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And the story behind them, you know what I'm saying? Kronos tried to eat Zeus or something like that, and then he was replaced by a rock and then put on top of Mount not Olympias, but it was a different mountain. And then there he was raised up into a adult, and then he became, you know what I'm saying, then he became a god that ended up taking Chronos over.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but the thing is that these are actually real people, and that's for a later date. I can
Mhm.
go into that
Yes,
deeply.
we're gonna have to, because this is the stuff I'm talking about. What that timeline making stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And
you
the
know what I'm
reason
saying?
the
Yeah.
reason why this is so important, and I believe it's so relevant for
Hmm.
brothers and sisters, especially think tanks, to get into, is because at the end of the day, the kind of enemy that we're dealing with.
Hmm.
I'm one of those that don't believe that this is an isolated situation. Like, these people just happen to want to stir up war. They just happen to, like, the Ukraine war just happened to happen, and just these things just happen to happen. Like, they're isolated scenarios that are not connected to each other, or not connected to an ancestral history, but rather that there are certain things that have happened in our life that are tied to events that took place before that. Like, for example, one might say, well, how did we, if we deal with the transatlantic slave trade, how do we get ourselves into that? How do we, being intellectually superior or whatnot, as some communities were at the time? How did we find ourselves in this scenario, to where this adversary had the upper hand? Then, not only that, because they don't even start there. For me, I keep starting it right where these people came into existence, as being where we literally brought them into being by our own curiosities, if you would.
Hmm.
Now, so I start thinking. I start thinking in these ways because, one, it shows me pattern. It shows me where we are in the cycle of events or whatnot, and uh, what perspective to have when we find ourselves in, like, what we have today, in terms of, like, Ibrahim Traore and Burkina Faso, and how long it's taken for anybody amongst us that looks like us to
Hmm.
really stand up in the way that he's standing up, to really, rise up. Because prior to this point, we've had, like, little uh, sparkly moments here and there, but nobody
Hmm.
that was able to really, like, I remember, for example, Robert Mugabe doing some land grab moves, And everybody was like, oh, he's, black man is standing up, he's being strong. But the next thing you know, they had to tap out a little bit because nobody knew how to farm those lands. You understand? So it was like a short-lived celebration of being black and strong moment. So I'm looking at all these things because I believe somewhere in there is the heartbeat of where our success lies. You understand? Is, where this journey is going, and to know where we are in this journey or this story matters. I often used to say to people, I said, where is our chapter? Because here we are, everybody wants to shove in your face, here's the Bible, read the Bible, read the Bible. I said, well, where's our chapter? Is, where what do the prophets of our day have to say, if there be any, or the seers, or the those of knowledge, endowed with knowledge? What's being said? What relevance does our time have with the flow of things, divine occurrences and whatnot? Somebody might say, well, where's God involved in all this? How come God isn't doing anything? This is how people talk when they have that kind of understanding. And I would think back even as a child. Like one time, I remember I was at this museum, and I went and I was in an area where was it the Incas? It might have been the Incas. There might have been the Mayans. But then there was a section where they were showing prehistoric human findings in certain regions, right? And I'm looking at these so-called prehistoric humans. I said, these people look like the Mayans that you were just showing me. You understand? The way they were showing it. Then I went over and I saw the Neanderthals, which is looked like a completely different creature altogether. My point is, okay. I think that those of us that feel connected to this moment in time, we need to find a way to, and I'm not going to just say make the most of it alone, but to really manifest what does unity mean to us, and how can we come to terms with that? I think that that especially those of us who've lived under Set's rule, I'm gonna say it that way, lived under Set's rule, has caused us to have a certain linear perspective in life. And I notice this as I'm here now, and people will come to me with what I will call, with my Western mind, or my Americanized mind, superstitions, right? And I started thinking about how I was just chopping down. Oh, that's a superstition. That's a superstition. I said, what's making me say this? Because here I'm talking to people who've been living this as long as they've known, and I'm rolling up on shore. That's a superstition. That's a superstition. I'm like, time out. What's that? Chill out. I'm talking to myself, humbling myself, right? And thinking to myself that, well, some things may be superstition, but what's at the heart of it? How did this experience, bring about the response that the people of today have towards that said superstition? You understand? What I'm trying to say here is, on both sides of the Atlantic, there's an experience being had that isn't necessarily, it's not entirely a contradiction, but it's not entirely parallel. Our experience in America is really short-sighted us when it comes to a true spiritual experience, even though some of us will swear up and down that we are very spiritual. You understand? And then at the same time, when you cross the Atlantic, it's over. You will see an overwhelming spiritual behavior. Even those who are becoming westernized, they still have to fall back on a spiritual, like there's a essence that you will still see in them. The way they behave towards each other, meet and greet each other, interact with each other. You understand? It's still ancestral. And so, but then at the same time, when it comes to talking about certain things, you will see where our learning has its advantage. Because, for example, some people here, there's certain people. I'm talking about the laymen, the ground level people. I'm not talking about people who actually are educated in their school institutions or whatnot. Where something as simple as the what the human body is made of is unknown to some people on a ground level. You understand?
Right.
And yet in America, a first grader knows about that. Yeah, are you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm yeah, I
there has
understand
to
what
be a way for us to recognize the strengths and weaknesses in one another. This goes back. I said we are studied under a set mindset. And if you remember the story I said before, where Set is a navigator of this boat in the Sea of Nuh, and Asar, the heart, is this captain. Why is this important? Because even though we perceive ourselves to be superior because of our learning, where I don't think that the leadership would immediately derive from us in America, for those of us in America, but rather we should support leadership that derives from the motherland.
Right.
Let me
Honestly,
say it
I
this
mean,
way:
but
the heartbeat should be and I'm no pun intended. The heart should be the captain of the nations, but backed by the advice of the brain. Set was the navigator, the advisor. When Asar established authority, Set became the advisor, the navigator. You understand? But not the authority. Asar was the authority. And if we could put ourselves in that mindset and humble ourselves, because some of us are so arrogant, so holier than thou, and we're not even holy. You understand? You turn off the lights, or turn the camera away, and you see they're not very holy at all. You understand? So we have all these setbacks of our own that prevents us from being able to recognize leadership and gravitate towards it. You understand? This brother, by the 5 years from now, should have so much influence across the land of Africa and abroad that it would be mind blowing all by itself. But I just have a feeling that some of us in the Americas are so puffed up with artificial pride, and that's the only thing that prevents us from unifying. Why? Because we've demonstrated that in America. We've demonstrated that when leaders rose from amongst us, rather than immediately unifying under a common banner to demonstrate our support, we would make, even now, I'm looking at so many different excuses of why people aren't supporting this cause right now. And when you look at the excuses, none of the excuses are, or at least the majority of them aren't, they're not strong enough to be a reason not to unify.
let me
So go
add to
ahead.
this a little bit, brother. You do know that a lot of our people don't want to succeed. They want. There's a lot of, and there might be somebody who's going to get mad at me today, but I don't care, because I mean I've tried this over and over again when it comes to our people. I said, because I'm the type of person, I've been studying people for a long time, and
Yeah,
I will ask random questions to somebody that I've met. You know what I'm saying? I just met. Just will ask random
yeah.
questions just to see how they'll respond. They'll respond. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? And the thing is that a lot of our people like to complain. They like to. Look, listen, we are so close to Israel that it's not even funny. We like to complain. We like to say, "Whoa, we're being oppressed. This we're going through this oppression, and so on and so forth, and this and that." We love to do that, and then soon as Yah Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends a Nabi or sends a messenger to us, we
Mm-hmm.
will sit up there and make every excuse why we can't follow him,
Right, right.
even though we're still oppressed. Like, so the thing is that we have that is ingrained in our nature, in our DNA for some type of reason. And there's only a few of us, I believe, because then I'm taking this from the scripture. There's only a few of us, a community of us that I believe that will really go on and make that happen. And then when
Yes.
this community stands up and makes it happen, then the rest follows.
Yes.
You know, and so because if you think about it, that happens with everything we do. Everybody knocks it until everybody follow. The majority follows, and then when the
Mm-hmm.
majority follows, everybody loves it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knocks. If it don't have a nice following at first, nobody's gonna jump on the bandwagon because for the simple fact there's not enough people that are in agreement with it. Soon as we all agree, or the majority of us agree on something, then everybody loves it. There's people, for example, Nipsey Hussle.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people didn't even know who Nipsey Hussle was until he passed away. And then once they found out the background of him and so on and so forth, they jumped on that bandwagon to support him. You know what I mean? And then they start saying, "Oh yeah, I loved him. I've been doing this and doing
Yes.
this, doing this and doing this," and they probably haven't. You know what I'm saying? It's just the being part of a community and being accepted by a group of people. You know what I'm saying, that they can relate to. That's it. That's all it's about for a
and
lot of
and,
us.
and that's why I think that it's so important. This what you might call the Ibrahimic movement, right? Is
Uh-huh.
so vitally important, um, because what I'm saying is important is that it be protected and
Mhm.
allowed to germinate and grow and
Yeah.
manifest long enough to stand on its own feet for all eyes to see. Because I think if brothers, if communities see that pursuit of being on the side of the successful that you're talking about,
Mhm.
we would more of us would do that. We would see that, oh, the house is built and it's actually standing up, and people are moving in. You know, you understand? People are boarding the ship. I want to be a part of that. You understand? I want to be. They will. Those that would be a part of it will want to be a part of it. Um, but I think I think that there'll still always be some of those of us who refuse.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's always was though. Listen, check this out. Between Saul and David,
Mm-hmm.
let's just bring it. Let's just bring it up. You know, I know a lot of people think it's allegorical, but I don't. I don't. You know what I mean? Because these
Mm-hmm.
are good lessons. Saul
Yes.
and David, Israel and Judah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Marcus Garvey, Marcus Garvey, and W.E.B. Du Bois.
right, exactly. And I'm gonna put this one on the table. Check this out. I'm gonna put this one on the table. Sunni and Shia.
Yes.
It's always been, bro. It's
Yes.
always been. It's always been that community that's against it and that community that's for it. So we gotta
We got
understand.
even even the brothers. You know, I'm not African. I'm American, or
See, or
or on and
Indian,
on and on, or
or
Indian. Right.
Indian. There's no way in the world. I listen. Hey, bro, I had this chick. You know what I'm saying? Not to change subject, but I had work. Listen, hey, listen, looks like straight Wolof. I'm talking about it's got all the trademarks of Wolof, right?
Mm-hmm.
And and I sat up there and I was like if you did the DNA test, I swear up and down right now, you probably would be 100% Wolof because you have those traits. You know what I mean? And then she said that she was German. She said that her father was African, Black Irish,
Mm-hmm.
and she says she didn't have any African in her.
Wow.
That's how deep this is. You know what I mean? That's how deep this
Mhm.
is. Or you get that one person that says, you can look at them and you could tell that, you know what I'm saying, they got some type of African in them, or maybe not. Maybe they got more European in them, and they swear up and down that they have no African blood, but they're Native American, or
Right,
they're just Hebrew and don't understand what a Hebrew actually is.
right, right. That part
You
right
know what I
there. That's
mean?
important. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
Okay, let me just put this on as a side note to what you just said there.
mhm,
I was asking brothers. I said, before Abraham, Prophet Abraham, crossed the Euphrates River, as according to that's how the narration is given popularly. What
uh-huh.
was he called?
Was it Brahma?
Well,
No,
what I'm saying, what was he called? Because he couldn't have been called Ahibur because he didn't cross yet.
y-
He was
yeah,
still not. He was still on the other side. Ahibur or Hebrew means from the other side of the river. So what I'm saying
oh,
here is, what were they
right.
called then? Who were these people then before they crossed the river? Because they weren't Hebrews.
Right, but see that's another thing that's created, I think, by the Gentile, because Eber, we talking about Eber, right?
Yeah.
So Eber s- they will try to say that it's not an actual person,
Mm-hmm.
but the thing is that if you say that, then you will have to say that Shem is not an actual person. And then a lot of people will try to say that too, also. But I don't think that they have ever really, really, really went in depth with antiquity when it comes to
Mm.
Semitic culture, because
Yeah.
they're not named Shem. They're not named even Adam. The people are named Adam when it comes to cuneiform. Adamu. They're named Adamu, and it's a
Mm.
whole different reason why they're called Adamu. Like
Yeah.
Adam is called Adam because, for the simple fact, Allah used to be called Ah,
Mm.
and that's it. There was no, before he was An or Anu, he was Ah.
Mm.
So
Okay.
the thing is that the A in front of Adam means divine or from Allah. The Damu means blood. So
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
has divine blood. He has a divine bloodline. You know
Yes.
what I mean? So, and when it comes to the cuneiform, it's only the people that is spoken of as being Adamu. He has a totally different name, and
Yes.
that's for another session. But what I'm saying is that Eber, in my opinion, was a true man. You know
Mm.
what I mean? I believe that through cuneiform, through mud tablets, yeah, that's been destroyed, wars and so on and so forth, and people that come down from the mountains, they ain't got nothing else better to do. Just like as we've seen before, the same people that thought the
Yep.
world was flat. You know what I'm saying? These are the
Yes.
same
Yes.
people. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? So the thing is that, yeah, Eber, I don't think that has anything. I personally don't think that has anything to do with crossing. I think that the Gentile made that up in order for people to stay away from uh uh Semitic antiquity.
Okay. That's that's a strong point. Um,
Yeah.
well, the other reason why I can accept that is because I'm not quite convinced of the geographical locations that are presented to us when it comes to identifying the land of the chosen and all this, or the
Hmm.
and the reason why I'm saying that is I one, knowing that the world is round, but two, dealing with um, the motherland particularly.
Hmm.
And I started observing, like even some arguments that are presented by others who made a similar observation. One is
Hmm.
the position of the globe, the position of the map of Africa itself, being
Hmm.
as you see it today uh, is not properly proportioned. It's upside down. You
Hmm.
understand? And this can even be proven in the land the part of ancient Kemet, particularly the pyramids. So I was going to
Hmm.
say, look at the alignment of the pyramids. You already know that the pyramids, those that know, are aligned with the belt of so-called Orion, right?
Hmm.
But if
Right.
you look at the depiction of Orion from that position, it's upside down.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking to myself, would our ancestors depict this man upside down, or would it be depicted in the angle of how they perceive their land, right
Mhm.
side up? So if you turn Orion, the man, holding the bow and sword or whatnot in his hand, right side up, Africa is now north of Europe.
Mm.
You understand? So they're like,
Right.
Then on top of that, if you let's say you were starting at the pyramids and started walking to now the new north, the original north direction, you will be walking towards the direction of Ethiopia, Uganda, Rwanda. But particularly, what's interesting to me is going into Uganda, because there you start getting into the source of the Nile.
Mhm.
You understand where it's being fed from, and the terrain in Uganda is very almost makes you think of watching the Avatar.
Mhm.
You understand? Remember the Avatar was very thick with foliage and just
Mhm.
very dense environment.
Dense.
Ripe
Mhm.
to make a living being. Um,
Mhm.
in addition to that, if you look at where Uganda's at and then draw a line between Uganda and Mecca, you understand? You will see something interesting there. And you can even draw, I just out of curiosity, I was like, let me put that and bring that back to the pyramids. Some interesting little experimental games you could do and have fun with that all day long. But
Mhm.
I'm just thinking about how this voyage to Uganda is going up. If we were to take a road, we would be going up into Uganda, not down into Uganda. We would be going up. The land sea level would start to rise the
Mhm.
further we got to Uganda. And the further we got to, or the closer, I should say, the closer we got to Uganda, the closer we got to the source of the mouth of the Nile, the source of the Nile, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
The Nile being a critical river of the Garden of Eden. And so I'm like, I'm looking at our ancestry. I'm looking at, some of the older versions of our likeness. And I'm like, wow, right here in Uganda, right? Or this area. And I'm not talking about Uganda specifically,
Mhm.
but I'm remembering my experience when I was in Djibouti, right? And I met a group of people called the Afar.
Mhm.
And I remember in that conversation that I had with them, just to show you my experience real quick, how I met the Afar. Well, there's two ways. One, I met a nice young lady, but that's another story. The story that matters is where I was in a masjid, right?
Mhm.
And I was there for Salat, but I was there by myself because I was early. But some other people started to show up who are far,
Mhm.
and I went ahead, excuse me, called the Adhan for the Salat. For those that may not know, Adhan is the call of prayer. Um, and after I did that, I sat to wait for whoever was going to lead the Salat. An elder came and literally insisted that I lead the Salat. So I led the Salat,
Alhamdulillah. Mhm.
alhamdulillah. Uh, and it was a very nice, pleasant, humbling experience. Why? Because this masjid was literally made of sticks, and I mean, it was like literally not the stylish masjid you might be thinking of if you were somewhere else. It was a
Mhm.
very humbled masjid, like the humblest masjid I ever been in my life,
Mhm.
and I just felt something historic in that moment. So, remember the nice young lady who was also a far that I mentioned? Well, I
Mhm.
started breaking bread with her about this matter. Um, we were very close, but I started
Mhm.
breaking bread with her, asking her, and I had some questions to her, but I particularly asked this elder about how long they had been living there. You understand?
Mhm.
And just different questions I was asking. But when it came to asking them about how long they had been living there, he was like basically as long as humanity's ever existed.
Oh,
You know,
alhamdulillah.
yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, like, how would he know that? Because he said, well, his answer, they used to sing songs like about this, and it will always be passed down. They've never, their ancestry is never known anywhere else. they've never been like literally their people have never been infiltrated in terms of interbreeding is concerned. Most
Mm,
of those people who that happen to are people who traveled outside of where they live. But most of the Afar people have always been right where they are. And if you go to Djibouti today, you'll have some inner city people who've taken on the city life, but most of the traditional Afar, they're living in like very uh, village-like environments. You understand?
mm-hmm,
Very humbled environments. And but they will tell you they've always been Afar. They've never known themselves to be something else, and they've been the people that they are since time began. That's their word. Since time began. Now, the reason why this is important to know is going back to what I was talking about with Uganda and those areas, because many of these same stocks of people are there. You understand?
mm,
And when you mentioned about Adam, one of the things that might be nice to know is that Adam is a plural word. It's not a singular.
mm-hmm,
You understand? It's not in a singular form like saying blood, like a single blood, but it's
mm-hmm,
actually plural.
mm-hmm,
And in the same region, one of the languages that you have there is a Bantu language, Bantu meaning the children. Um, and in that language, you have that same word, them, that same word. One of the languages that spin off from Bantu is Swahili, right?
mm-hmm,
And in these languages, you understand, uh, are words that form like what you were just talking about when it comes to you gave a bilateral word, Adam.
mm-hmm. I know.
Adam is a bilateral, meaning two sounds. The older the
Mm-hmm,
languages of Africa, the more likely they are to be bilateral. Then the older they get to that, the more likely they are to be singular in sound. So, like you said, with the ah or the or the l, you
mm-hmm,
understand? All those would be singular sounds.
mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
Before I let that go, I want to drive in that our ancestors did not begin um, ignorant, but they were highly endowed with divine knowledge and wisdom. The closer you got to their origin, the closer you got to the point where they were brought into being in this in that region, the more likely they would be to be divinely inspired. You understand?
Mm,
Divinely connected, manifesting like meet like it's like if they were to talk, you would think they were prophets themselves, but rather prophets are an extension to that because the older you get, the more likely uh, prophecy and things of that nature was the norm.
mm-hmm,
Like this was just everyone was like this, not just one person, but everyone in town.
mm-hmm,
So before I forget where I'm going with this, so the further we go, the less likely we would need to speak complex words
right.
because we would know. You understand? We would be able to intuit. We were more intuitive than linear. The more linear we became, the more we needed to say things in sounds out of our mouth.
Mm-hmm,
The
mm-hmm,
more complicated our words started to become because we started to lose that connection. Now think about this when you hear the story of the Garden of Eden and being kicked out and all these narrations of how it's been told, right?
mm-hmm,
Imagine that the kicking, the quote unquote kicking out being losing the ability to communicate in the way that we once did, not because someone did something to us, but rather we did something to ourselves.
mm-hmm,
You understand? Um, Rather we did something to ourselves, just like we brought in our own enemy. We literally brought in the ones beating us up that had been beating us up until today. We literally brought them into being. You understand?
yep.
We
I
literally
fact.
brought these people into we made our own enemy.
Mm-hmm,
So similarly, we made things more complicated. And I'll just show you this little scenario just so we can see how this is played out even Quranically. If you remember, the children of Israel came to Musa alayhi salam and insisted that he show them a sign. So what did he went to his Lord up into the mountain, started praying, "Oh Allah, show me a sign." Tell them to sacrifice the cow. This is in the Surah Tabaqah. Tell them to sacrifice the cow. So he goes back to the children of Israel. Your Lord says sacrifice the cow. So what do? They come back to say, but what kind of a cow? All cows are alike. You need to be more specific, Musa. Go back to your Lord and tell him and find out what kind of a cow it is. So he goes back. Oh Allah, what kind of a cow is it? They want to know more details. And he goes on about this again and again. What kind of a cow? What color is the cow? Has the cow worked in the field before? So much so that now they have a complicated situation when it was simple. What I'm saying here is we've been at this for a while. This behavior of things being simple presented to us, simple solutions, a simple way to manifest the presence of God on earth, the presence of Allah on earth, as it is in heaven. And for whatever reason or another, we end up taking on complications and then suffering as a result of it. And this is what's been going on again and again and again. So yeah, we started off even before needing to say one sound, intuiting, to where we knew we knew Allah personally rather than indirectly, as we are taught to understand today. Everything's indirect, impersonal, distant, not closer to you than your jugular vein. You understand? The further back in time we go, the closer to that awareness of the one we were. The further we go. And now here's what's happening now. We're at a pivotal point right now in history. And this is why we need to pay attention to these events of an empowered Black man. It's a pivotal point in time to where, given the ability to restore our garden, we had the ability to also restore our road back to that same oneness. You understand? To that same oneness of the same closeness, that same closer to you than your jugular veinness. You understand? To where all these complicated elements get summed up kun, fayakun. Get summed up like that. I know this. I know people are listening to this. Oh, he's going out there somewhere. I'm out in Wonderland, somewhere. But it all connects, and I know my way of words tends to be heavily allegorical, heavily what I want to say, deep in this, the sea of consciousness. Let's say it that way. And it might lose some people's attention. It might lose the everyday mind, and this isn't intentional, but it's for me a way, because when I'm talking, I'm also looking for the my own footing on this ground. You understand? So it's like imagine looking in the mirror and you're saying all this stuff not because of the listeners, but for your own sake, for your own clarity. Like, okay, so this 1 + 1 does equal 2. After all, I just went through all this life where I had to fact find just to conclude at the end of the mission. All this time, you mean to tell me that 1 + 1 actually equals 2? Wow. Now, what if I were to tell you that all numbers equal 1? Oh man, what? Yes, all numbers equal 1. Because there's ahad, and that's it.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm doing this, because it ends up, doing something to me inwardly as well as outwardly, um, making this world culpable for me. Without this line of spiritual interaction, if you would, the world would seem, for me, the world would be insane, totally, and it would be pointless. That would be the perspective of why bother, why do anything at all, why try.
Mhm. Right.
So when I see this Ibrahim Traore and know that nothing in the heavens and nothing on earth happens without reason,
Mhm.
here I am seeing an empowered black man, and I'm even seeing ones that are in the likeness of what would usually be seen as an adversary, behaving as what the Quran describes as believing jinn.
Mhm.
You understand? Behaving like that.
Mhm.
I've got to reckon with this. I've got to deal with this. I've got to figure out, do the math of how does this fit in the pattern of life as I had been taught and as I had
Mhm.
started to come to know. As Allah says, you will come to know.
Mhm.
So as I'm coming to know, even my heart is telling me that this is a moment that not only should I cherish, but that I should make sure that I am a functioning, constructive, useful part of this story
Mhm.
in our time, and not
Mhm.
just someone sitting on the sideline, uh, admiring the scenery.
Mhm.
Real quick, I want to play this video that I have right here. This is just showing the experience that Ibrahim Traore was having, sitting face to face with Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. Um, and I just want to show it because I want to show it in the sense of two leaders, sitting at the table as equals. But I also want to show something. You know Pandora's box, right?
Uh-huh.
The
I
idea
heard
of
of a
Pandora's box is that once this has been opened, it cannot be closed,
post.
right?
Mhm.
And so I think there's something out of that that's symbolic in the experience of Ibrahim. That once
Mhm.
empowered, it will be such an effect that it can never go backwards. There's
Mhm.
only forward from here. Black men empowered, Black
Right.
community empowered, Black nation empowered. There's no going back. You can't do what you did to our ancestors and think that you will be able to manifest the same thing again. So much as you want, so much as even now what talks of neo-colonialism, neo this, neo that. I don't believe you devils.
Right.
You understand? I believe your devilry is devilry, but I don't believe that you can manifest the way that Allah manifests. And so I think they have done something that uh, they weren't aware of the consequences, because Allah is Al Hakim, the
Al
wise.
Hakim. Mhm.
Yes. And since Allah is Al Hakim, they bit off, or they did something that they weren't expecting to turn out the way it did, and now it's out of their hands and it's
Mhm.
unraveling right before their very eyes in a way that they did not see coming. As much
Mhm.
intelligence as they have, as much insight as they have, they did not know that their eastern counterpart would rebel against them in the way that it did, that they are doing, and rebel in such a way that not only are they rebelling, but they're supporting the very critical key that if they were both on the same playing side, they would both think, we got to get rid of this.
Mhm.
But since this Eastern uh, version of them is actually now in a position of being an adversary of them, you understand? Said
Mhm.
adversary is like looking at the children of the earth. This is an opportunity to redeem myself. Let me go ahead and take advantage of it. You
Mhm.
understand? Let me go.
Mhm.
My ancestor failed to bow down to the first dam. Let me see if I can redeem myself out of this. That's what I'm seeing out of them. I'm seeing, like I said, go back to when the man was starting to break out the pictures, the icon pictures of the Messiah. Break out when the way he held the Quran. And all this was it before all eyes to see. He wasn't doing it to hide it. He did it because he knew that people were going to see it. And not just any people, but people who dig this. Why? Because we've been talking about our likenesses for a long time. Ancient Kemet. Did you know Akhenaten was black? Did you know that Nefertiti, Tehuti? We've been at this for a while now. You understand? Talking about how black everybody, our ancestors were, which, yeah, this is true. But what are you going to do about it? That's the thing that I'm always, what are you going to, okay, Akhenaten was black. What are you going to do about it? Moses was black. What are you going to do about it? Yeshua was black. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? So this, him noticing that one, the empire is going down. And if the empire goes down, then anything that's supporting the empire goes down with it, like flushing the toilet. You understand? I think that ones like Vladimir and their body of intellects are aware of this, and they don't want to be on the bad side of divine story. You understand? They don't want to be on the bad side of divine story before it's too late, before the matter is decided. So why not do the actions that are redemptive, but making sure that this son of man, this son of the earth, this son doesn't face defeat, and do whatever it takes to make sure this son is protected long enough for the seed to grow. If you remember in the Bible, there was a son that was born from this woman, right? And the enemy wanted to apprehend this son, but the earth, if you remember, hid the son from being able to be abused by the enemy. Think about this. This is in the book of Revelations. I'm paraphrasing heavily, but just think about that son of man and how that son of man was handled and protected in the way that it was protected, who the protectors were, where the protectors were from, all these elements that we find. Then think about the enemy. Think about the beast that rise from the enemy. Think about the lamb that the enemy props up to speak not our words, but to speak their words. So, like I say, let's take a look at this. And brothers and sisters, black brothers and sisters, melanated brothers and sisters, African brothers and sisters, understand what's meant by saying our time is now. And has always been so. It was inevitable that things end the way they begin. On earth as it is in heaven, it was inevitable. Look at the destruction of the earth. Look at the pollution of the earth. Look at the corruption of the water. The earth is in pain. You think, as one person would put it, that things could just go on and on like this? I think it was Louis Farrakhan, of all people, that said it. You think you can just continue going on spreading mischief and bloodshed across the earth and not ever be checked? See, our problem is that we've become so fearful of this beast that we don't think that no one else can do anything to the beast. We don't think that anything can be done to this. Look at the beast. Look at how mighty the beast is. Who is there that could stand up against the beast? We're the ones saying that. The ones that are quoted in the Bible, so afraid of the beast. That's us talking that talk. You understand? So afraid that we can't even stand up. No spine except a chosen few. Except a chosen few. So let's take a look at this and look at this black man sit at the opposite side of the table of a representative of the eastern side. I just want to look. Never mind what that. They're saying some stuff here, but I just want us to look.
was turned operational again. And the economic operation is also important, even if trade is modest. It's growing, which is a good trend, and we need to preserve it. And we will continue to work together on further strengthening our economic ties and diversify further our trade cooperations. And it was useful to hold economic days of Burkina Faso in Russia that were held in 2024. And it was attended by the high-level Burkinabe delegation led by the Deputy Prime Minister, and we are working now on establishing intergovernmental commission. We have already established a working group to look into that matter, and we will continue to support your country in training personnel in 2024 and in 2025. The quota of Russian state scholarship for Burkinabe nationals was more than doubled, and this year we are ready to receive 27 more students from your country at the state's expense, and in total, more than 3,500 Burkinabe received higher education in Russia. Cultural and humanitarian ties also play an important part, and it is assisted by the Russian house that is operating in Ouagadougou since 2024. In particular, they are teaching Russian language there. There is a great potential in cooperation in the field of healthcare and sanitary regulations. Recently, on April 24, 25, Madam Popova visited Ouagadougou and discussed the development of scientific and research infrastructure and training of personnel. We also prioritize humanitarian support.
Let me say something real quick, and I'll let it play out. But let me say, we need to understand, as I said, the empire is falling apart. It's falling down in a harsh way. You understand? Before all eyes to see. The very thing that they were trying to avoid happening, it was what happened. Is what's happening. We need to understand just how passionately the power structure had been trying to prevent a quote unquote messianic type of event. You understand? It's in their it's in their constitution. It's in their whole body of governance in the United States. You understand? You could look it up. The very objective of preventing any kind of messianic kind of occurrence. You understand?
Yes.
So, thus revealing their we call Achilles heel, or their their weakness. So again, the Eastern, seeing that the decline is obviously on the way, and in this, there's an empowering East. The East is rising in power. China is becoming stronger as a result of this. It would make sense that they would do whatever it would take to support or to be on the good side of any type of messianic qualifying event. You understand? I'm not saying that Ibrahim is the Messiah, nothing like that. So that's not what's being said. I'm not saying he is or he's not. But what I'm saying is that if anything, at the very least, you may have a prelude, or you may have the arid of such an event amongst us. I'm saying that. I'm saying this because, like I said, I understand the levels of blindness or veils that even I still have to break through to be able to say what I'm saying to you appropriately, right? But they're aware of it. That's what I'm telling you. They're aware that there's nothing they can do at this junction. If the levels of protection succeed in protecting Brother Ibrahim Traore, what you would have is a moment in time that United States have been trying hard not to ever see happen. You have to understand how this is so important. They have been trying. That's why Malcolm X is dead. That's why Martin Luther King is dead. That's why many of the great leaders that have ever stood in this way are dead. Because all these represented that threat, the very threat that would bring down the empire. You understand?
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I recommended those books, man. Is
Yes,
because for some fact it talks about how the United States gained their independence from Africa,
yes,
not not Britain. They gained their independence from Africa first. Africa had a very, very, very firm foothold in the United States before the United States was even established.
yes,
You know what I mean? So the thing is that those books are very, very pertinent for those that want to know who they are. They're very pertinent for those that want to take a serious approach in reuniting their roots. You know what I'm
yes,
saying? And those that want to take a serious approach to history altogether.
yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to add that because for some fact,
Definitely.
like you saying, I'm in a 100% total agreement with what you're saying when it comes to the United States trying to um never allow Africa to ever take precedence over or leadership over them again.
Yes. And that's why, if inshallah, I say inshallah, with the permission of God, with the power of God, and we pray
Hmm.
that God has let this be so. Um, One, because personally, I want to be among the time where not only are these types this level of divine interaction is happening for those who are saying, well, what is God doing about anything? How come God? Well, guess what's happening? Pay attention. Look at the signs. You understand? Sometimes the signs be right in your face, and we, because of these veils, we don't even know how to give that meaning. When I'm saying Allah does this, Allah does that, God, you don't even know what that means. You understand? To say those words. That's how
Hmm.
blind many of us are. To say God is doing something, our brains have forgotten how to make sense of those words. You
Right.
understand? So
Hmm.
much so that we wallow in disbelief when it comes to this kind of thing.
Hmm.
So knowing how hard these people have been trying to be anti-Messiah,
Hmm.
to hinder that from ever happening, and then to see it happening in their face and them not being able to do anything about it. Understand? Somebody said, "Why don't they just go and bomb?" Because they can't.
Hmm.
You understand? They can't bomb there right now. They can't do any of that because when you have certain alliances established, certain actions in the international war community are open declarations of war.
Yeah.
You understand? They don't want that kind of drama with Russia right now. That'll be a
Hmm.
direct act of war that would be responded to immediately.
Oh yeah, because
And
I believe that Iran and Russia and China, they
yeah,
just wait anyway.
oh man, North Korea is waiting. They're the ones waiting. They're like, let them make the first move. I'm telling you, North Korea is going to backdoor them so fast.
and
I mean, it's funny, but it's frightening at the same time because they've
time,
been
man.
waiting for that opportunity. And I'm not saying this to say that North Korea is a hostile country, but they have a lot of pent up, rightly acquired anger.
Hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
of the things that have happened to them. You
Hmm.
haven't. Let me just say it this way: North Korea has never attacked the United States ever.
Hmm.
They've never invaded the United States. In fact,
Hmm.
from what I can tell, they've never done anything to the United States.
Mm.
But United States has consistently kept knees on their neck, so to speak,
Hmm.
and hindered
Yeah.
them in so many ways. You understand? Because of the sovereign right of North Korea to manifest its authority as it sees fit.
Hmm.
You understand? So
Yeah.
a successful Ibrahim Traore will let you know is your evidence for all those naysayers. Oh, what is God doing? What is God doing? A successful Ibrahim Traore is a defeated United States of America.
Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. But see, that's the thing too. Like I was saying, like man, because when I was younger, I always had this curiosity. When I watched Roots,
Mm-hmm.
first time I ever watched Roots, a lot of people was talking about how they didn't like it, how it made them upset, and so on and so forth. But with me being as inquisitive as I've always been, I was like, why was the hate so thick? Like
Mm-hmm.
that hate was so strong,
Yeah,
you could cut the emotion with a knife. Like that hate was just, and I
it was
always
raw. It
wanted
was
to,
raw.
yeah, I always wanted to know why was it so intense? You know
Mm.
what I mean? And then I found out that the reason why it was so intense is because at the same time that we were being enslaved, the same time they was getting their butt whooped in the sea by
Mm.
us
Mm.
at the
Yeah.
same exact time. The same time that we were getting hanged from trees, they were getting hung in the desert.
Yes. Yep.
You know what I mean? So,
All the Haitian revolt, all those battles in Florida. I can't remember all the names of the tribes, but
uh-huh,
those battles that were taken in what was it, Sentinels?
uh-huh,
Um, the battles in Florida that were taking place.
uh-huh.
The Haitian revolt. There was another revolt that happened over there too. Um, oh man, I can't think of who was in charge of that, but basically, yeah, I definitely connect with what you're saying because I've often, even as a child, I used to kept wondering like, how is it that I could sit here and be at peace, knowing that my ancestors fought and died fighting, trying to return home,
Hmm.
or at the very least, trying to restore their right of self sovereignty.
Yeah,
You understand? The right of self determination. How
yeah.
can I sit wherever I be on the planet Earth and be cool and not have a desire in my heart? I'll tell you this: this is the Prophet Muhammad saying this. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Thanks.
He
Alayhi
who
salam alaikum.
lives their life and dies. I'm paraphrasing. Dies without even a desire for struggle. You understand? A desire to fight for justice. A desire
Uh-huh.
dies in a form of hypocrisy, or
Hmm.
is about in a form of hypocrisy. Meaning, how can you live in this world seeing the devilry as it is and be content? How can
And
you
because
see Gaza? How can you? How even if Gazans are different ethnicity? I'm just going to throw this in here for a minute. How can you watch that go on and just sit with your PlayStation in your hand and like nothing just happened? Like the whole population of people did not just get unalive. How do you
yeah.
sit satisfied, comfortable, at ease,
Hmm.
with no desire to even think like, I wish the ones who were responsible for that would suffer the consequences appropriately.
Hmm.
You
But
understand?
but you know what, bro? How I see that though,
Mm-hmm.
I see that in a whole different way. How I see that is that I see that as being that I see that as being Allah's adar.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I see that as being divine retribution.
One
Because
hand correcting the other.
right, because if you think about it, right, it was not too long ago. I would say probably 2019, maybe 18, 17, around about that era, where the Libyans were taking Ethiopians and they were
As slaves.
as slaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it wasn't too long ago where the Palestinians were doing this, were as racist as the Libyans against black people.
Touching that thy children, so to speak.
Right. And not only
Mm-hmm.
that, but this is the ultimate. This is the
Yes.
ultimate question. What happened to the black people that was there before they was there?
Ah. Very good.
What happened to them? Did they get
Mhm.
wiped out in genocide
Mhm.
by the enemy? Did they get
And
ran
and
out
and
into
and and and,
exile?
and the rest of them fled to Sudan, South Sudan area.
Ex- Exactly. So when I sit there and I see that, yes, emotionally it affects me in some way because the children. Children
Yes,
will always affect me. The elderly will
that part.
always affect me. You understand what I'm saying? But the
Hmm.
thing is this. I believe that if you know that you have moved the borders, and Moses said this, if you do this, if you do this, he said this to his three sons, and I don't care if people don't believe in the three sons theory, but I do. But he said
Hmm.
to his three sons, if you move after they took lots, he said, if you move your borders and steal land from your brother, you will be cursed with hellfire.
Mm.
So the thing is that the Yaphites have been doing that ever since they understood that they could steal. So what
What?
I'm
What?
saying, I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that I believe that Allah is giving divine retribution in all nations that we have
Mm.
been affected in any type of oppressed in any type of way. And
Mm.
this is going to wake up the divine that has been waiting on it.
Yes.
That has been waiting on it. Yes, there's gonna be those that's gonna be still asleep.
Mm.
They're gonna be still asleep. That's written. That's prophecy. And there's gonna be those that jump on their team
Yes.
against us. Against us. But the thing is this. The beauty of the whole situation is this, and revealing and in prophecy revealing itself, paradise awaits. You know that it's true. You know that a paradise awaits for those that is affected by it in any way. Death, being being struck by sickness, lameness, or death.
Yes.
So it's
That's true.
alhamdulillah for me. Like
Yes.
I look at it, I'll be like alhamdulillah.
Because the reason why I agree with that, alhamdulillah, is because
Uh-huh.
think about this. When you're brought before your Lord, when you're
Hmm.
brought back, Qiyam, right?
Uh-huh. Hmm.
And and the last thing you have affecting you was that you left the previous life either as a martyr, caught in the act of sadaqah, charity, being charitable, caught in the act of, loving your wife righteously,
Hmm.
you understand,
Hmm.
and not in the arms of some strange woman, caught in the
Hmm.
act of putting food in the mouth of your rightly birthed children,
Hmm.
and on and on and on. And then that's why you were caught. Because a lot of
Hmm.
times, I think people forget about that because we take life for granted. We take our time for granted and
Hmm.
assume that we've got plenty of time to do whatever it is, that we intend to do. And
Hmm.
as a result, we waste that time and end up getting caught in a embarrassing way. And
Hmm.
for those, by the way, who reject the concept of the Jahannam, the hellfires, for those, I would just say to you this: um, whether you reject or don't reject, it doesn't take away the Jahannam. That's the thing you need to understand. So I would say, ask yourself a question: would you like to die? Would you rather die and there's Jahannam that you rejected, and now you've got to face it because this is what you were rejecting. Like, this is exact. Remember what you were rejecting. Here it is. Or would you like to take your chances and die that there's Jahannam or there's no Jahannam? If there's no Jahannam, nothing to worry about, right? But die and there is Jahannam, you have plenty to worry about then. You understand? So wouldn't it make sense to do your fact finding, to position yourself in a way, especially you scholarly ones, you ones that do the science, you understand, to dig in there and try to understand the meaning of words. I don't want to give you a layman's term or a wishy-washy interpretation of the term Jahannam. I simply would ask you to do your research of what this means ancestrally. How did our ancestors understand this term? Don't buy into the hype that our ancestors were just exploring and they just tried to figure it out, and this was their way of expressing spirituality. That's not so. They were expressing this because this was the way to express spirituality. You understand? And it remains the way. The closer you get to your origin, the closer you get to that being the way things are to be done. We didn't start off as idiots. You understand? If you look around the world today, many of us are becoming idiots. We didn't start off as an idiot. Our ancestors were not dumb, deaf, and blind, scratching the ground looking for bananas. You understand? They were enlightened ones. They were enlightened ones. You understand? They were. There's a term I want to use. Light upon light. You understand? Light upon light. One of the reasons why I like the word nabawu, meaning messengers or prophetic ones. By me saying messengers or prophetic ones, that doesn't really do justice. I'm telling you that our ancestors were people divinely inspired by nature. Think about the land of Nubia, which is, using the map correctly, south of, remember what I said earlier, is south, it would be southwest of the garden. Southwest of Eden is the land of Nubia. Nubia, Nawaba. You understand? All names that imply or have the significance of being inspired. Not just any kind of inspiration, but divinely inspired. On earth as it is in heaven. Closer to you than your jugular vein. They didn't have to climb a mountain to be enlightened because the enlightenment was always with them. When ancient Kemet fell out of line, it was the Nubians, it was the people of Nubian that came and put them back in line and checked them. You understand? And they weren't conquering, it wasn't a conquering type of thing. Once they checked them and gave them their whooping, they went back home like, look, this is what you guys had forgotten. Okay, you guys get it, got it, good. We go back home.
Just like with Judah and Israel. That's the same relationship they had. Every time those 10 tribes got out of place, here comes Judah. Judah came back to, you know what I'm saying, to go ahead and put them back in place. If your king is out of place, we taking them on up out of there. Make sure you got a successor.
Allah reminds us, yes, definitely. He says clearly that we would check one nation over another. We look at our situation. You know, our situation is a pitiful situation that we find ourselves in, being the descendants of enslavement, right? That's a pitiful situation, but we need to understand how we got into this in the first place. And that doesn't free or absolve a criminal actions, whoever the criminals may be. Those who enslave criminals, those who are tyrannizing us night and day and wearing badges, beating us and whatnot, they're criminals, they're gangsters, they're thugs. You understand? But we need to understand also how we found ourselves in this circumstance in the first place. Restore that understanding so that way we put ourselves in the proper position. The proper position is not bowing to any man, not bowing to any object, not bowing to any created thing. Understand what it means to make sajda to Allah. See, this is something that I think people think, because we think of this hocus pocus thing here. You understand? Let me ask you, when you put the musala down, when you put the prayer rug down to stand on it and bow and prostrate, what object is there before you?
Nothing.
You don't see anything. It's not a tree, it's not a stick, it's not a planet, it's not a ball, you're not bowing to another human. You understand?
No,
but you're
there's no
bowing
pictures, no nothing.
which is closer to you than your jugular vein. That which is closer to you than your jugular vein, that's who you're bowing to. You're bowing to the Al-Alim, the knowledgeable, the source of all knowledge. You're bowing to the Al-Hakim, the Al-Hakam, the Al-Hakim. You understand? You're bowing to the most wise, the judge, the magistrate. You're bowing to all of that. You're bowing to the most knowledgeable, the source of knowledge. What is the other one? Was it Faki? Al-Faki? The intelligent. You understand? You're bowing to all of that. You're not bowing to anything, is what I'm telling you. You're not bowing to things.
Right.
How is that inferior?
Right.
All you out there who think that bowing to Allah is somehow an inferior action, how is bowing to the supreme knowledge inferior? Tell me that.
Right.
Explain, break it down. How is
Mm-hmm.
bowing down to the majesty of wisdom
Mm-hmm.
somehow inferior or belittling?
Mm-hmm.
I'm bowing to the wisdom that is closer to me than my jugular vein, the knowledgeable one closer to me than my jugular vein, the ever-living life closer to me than my jugular vein, the all-loving, the al-wadud closer to me than my jugular vein. How is that
Mm-hmm.
inferior? How is that less than? When you bow down to your ego, when you bow down to an object, when you bow down to a woman or another man, to an enemy, to a devil, you bow down to a TV, to a PlayStation, you bow down to all these created things fashioned by your hand, they become superior. You bow down to a piece of paper that has the images of dead enslavers on it. You bow down to
Mm-hmm.
these things. But when I
Mm-hmm.
bow down to knowledge, I'm the one that's inferior. I'm the one that's being shameful, that's misguided. When I bow down to the supreme source of all,
Mm-hmm.
I'm the
Right.
come on. I think we need to do our homework again when it comes to that. So in this situation, an observer is observing. All I'm doing is sharing with you, brothers and sisters, what I am observing. At the end of the day, Allah Alim, Allah is all knowing, all
Mm-hmm.
Hakim, all wise.
Mm-hmm.
Al-Basir, the seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm observing this brother rise, and I know that this rise is not like Colin Powell, it's not like General Langley, it's not like any of these kind of rise, it's not like Barack Obama. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Understand what I'm saying? Barack Obama, as a black man, he was, you know, a professional. You understand? He had a certain air about himself as a black man, but his interests were hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? His interests were not for his own people. You understand? All the qualities, all the etiquette you would want to see in a black man, he had those down pat. You understand? When you saw him, you saw someone that his presence demanded a kind of respect. But he spoke the words of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't speak the words of the lamb.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke the words of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, show me any words out of his mouth that were suitable, useful, beneficial to the children. Give me one comment. Go ahead.
But see, the thing is that the Barack Obama is the same epitome that we usually do.
Yes.
Like we always have empathy for the oppressor in some type of way. We go, oh well, I'm not gonna do him like he did me or so on and so. But you don't understand that this is a cycle. This has been happening since the beginning. Since they found didn't know who we were. It's the same thing. This has been a fight that's always gonna happen. It's been happening from the start. It's not gonna. It's not going to stop. But our people, you know what I'm saying, our Afro Semites have this sort of empathy. It's almost like the Stockholm syndrome. Like, you know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like you start liking, you start loving, and you loving your oppressor or you loving your the person that's terrorizing you, and you start making excuses for them and start, you know what I'm saying, understanding their psychosis.
You know what? It's very true, because the thing is, I think many of us, if we were severed from this enemy, we would be brokenhearted. We wouldn't be cheering. We would be, oh no, the great America is falling. What do we do?
Yes,
We would
yes,
be brokenhearted, because
yeah,
we're so attached to this
yeah.
idea that has been ingrained in our hearts and minds through this false master, this false Christ. We've been
Mhm,
so manipulated that,
mhm.
you know, we submit willingly.
Yeah.
You understand, to this enemy willingly, making us so that even if in a normal situation we would stand up, we don't
Mhm,
stand up because we don't see a reason why. Why?
mhm,
Fight for what? Race? Oh,
mhm,
brother, come on. This isn't the 80s. This isn't the 70s or 60s, brother. What are you
mhm.
talking about? Racism?
Yeah.
You
But
just got to work hard.
when you say it was like a sort of it's sort of um a mal adaptive culture, like it's almost like it's a culture that we adapted on top of the culture that we came over here, the little bit of culture that we came over here
Mhm.
with. We adapted a evil culture on top of that that
Mm.
oppresses us.
We
S-
amplified the very evil that the enemy comes with by nature. We've amplified that evil through our own. We've literally become embodiments, many of us in the land of that. And so if you look, you know, I take my word for it. Just go to YouTube and watch the Nashes, watch the way our women are the way our men are. You understand? Across social media, exploiting ourselves. We've literally become embodiments of the devilry that's been ingrained into us. Okay,
Yeah,
we become embodiments of that.
yeah.
Here's the
So that's
thing.
mhm.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's the reason why I was talking about. It's a maladaptive culture that we have adopted. Like
It makes me
we
think of how we do language. You remember back
hmm
in the Ebonic days, how we take on
hmm
language, how we that was ill, man. For real, you dig what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel you, man. For prison,
hmm
you know, yeah, yo, yeah, all that silliness was our take on using this language that was forced upon us and trying to make it comfortable, trying to make it appetizing for our use.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same thing we've done with many things. The problem is because we've allowed this enemy to manipulate us in a way to where at first they were trying to trick us into certain behaviors of in mischief making. They would educate us a certain way. Understand? Okay, let me share this with you, brothers and sisters, so you know you understand that whatever evil that we put forth is upon our own soul. All
hmm
the devil does is invite us to doing it.
hmm
We ourselves embark and take the cake. You understand? And take the bait.
hmm
Um, but at no point in time, you know, for example, um, when you think about like drugs,
hmm
when you think of same-sex marriages and all these corrupt abominations that are going on, it didn't start off that way. If you go back 10, 20 years ago,
hmm
nobody's even talking about same-sex marriages. Activities were existing there, but people were covert, and we had to dig them out. Oh, really? Oh, you understand? Because they were in hiding, they were in the shadows. But
hmm
as time goes on, you started getting people becoming more vocal, and then things that would have been shameful now become honorable things to do, and
hmm
champions start championing shameful things over the things that are actually honorable. You understand? Things happen in reverse. I
hmm
was trying to think of a scenario that played back in those days.
hmm
Um, I can remember high school. I mean, not high school, but elementary school, where you know, like I can remember, you know, I had a hatred, I could say, maybe a spite towards
hmm
bullies. I was one of those guys, no tough guy. I was never been a tough guy. You understand? But my
hmm
mind was like, who do you think you are? Like, you know, if you could do that, so can I. That's how I thought. Like, if you could do that, me too. If you're tough, I'm tough too. Who do you think
hmm
you are? How can you just be going around bullying this person, taking this person cookies and lunch? Who are you? That's how I kept
hmm
thinking. Who are you? You know.
hmm
So I had friends. Some of them used to get picked on, and I'm like, why don't you just tell them something? Tell them you had enough. Like, man, I can't. So I'm like, man. So then I start feeling bad. In my heart, I'm the type of person that has a heart. I don't like seeing uh the
Russian.
uh
hmm
like, let's say in a movie, something's happening to the victims. I don't like seeing that. I'm waiting for the
Right.
hero to show up. Where's the hero at to come in
hmm
and knock some sense into the enemy, to the
hmm
villain, right? That's how I am.
hmm
So
mm
I'm like, man, so what I would do is I would pick on the bullies.
Uh-huh.
You understand? I'm not going to I wouldn't try to fight them necessarily unless I felt that, I could fight you. Uh, but I would pick on them. I
Mm-hmm.
would pick on them, annoy the heck out of them, bite them,
Mm-hmm.
hop on their back, pull their hair, throw things at them, bite their apple and put it back in their hand, run away because they couldn't catch me. That was
Uh-huh.
me. That was the mischief I would cause.
Mm-hmm.
End up in the principal's office. What are you doing here? What are you two doing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was picking on me, and I didn't like it. So why are you picking on him? Well, he keeps running his mouth. I was running my mouth. Back and forth, back and forth. Both of you, go home.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. But the picked on ones would see that in me, and that's part of what made us friends back in the. You understand? Because I just for me, I couldn't find it in my heart to accept bullying. Like literally, they were trying to hem me up, and take me and dunk me somewhere, and I kept just biting. I tore the guy's clothes off, like, no, ripping them apart. And one guy who was holding my arm, I said, let me go. Yanked my arms off, told one guy to hold my glasses. And just started raining on this guy. I didn't know how to fight or anything, but whatever I was doing was connecting. You understand?
Right.
So I'm surprised to myself, like, you remember the Spider-Man movie? I was like, like that, right? I'm like kind of like that with my own foot. Like, really, it worked. Like, that worked. I heard him.
Right.
So my own confidence kind of got built up from that point, and I was like, at that point, I was like, look, man, whatever they're talking about, I'm a man. You're a man. I'm a man. So at the end of the day, you're a man. I'm a man. I may lose some. I may win some, but when the smoke clears, both of us are leaving scuffed up. That was my way. Both of us got to be scuffed up. I looked at my nose; it was bleeding. I'm like, oh man, you got to bleed too. Then I can't bleed when I'm the only one around here bleeding. No. You got to bleed too. Anyway, so what I'm saying here is, we have. I watched in that I would say a 20-year period of time, literally change dynamically from a society where if you was on some certain types of things, you don't come out. If you were racist, you understand, you're gonna be in your lane amongst your own people with that stuff. You understand? You ain't coming up. You ain't coming into the heart of Columbus or Cleveland, Ohio. You understand? On that racist stuff, talking that racist stuff. Even my father used to, box cops. You understand? Who came at him? They would sit there, put their bastards inside. My father would box them. You understand? So shout out to my father, rest in peace. But he was that kind of dude. He didn't care. He would be on that. But anyway, then in a short period of time, next thing you know, I mean, I remember walking to a Walmart. I thought he was a brother. He had a beard bigger than mine. I'm thinking I'm looking at a brother, and he turns around and sachets. Snaps his finger, and I'm like, yeah, it messed me up because I'm so used to salam alaikum, brothers with the henna on their beard, and we all were rocking the attar, the oil, the fragrances and whatnot. Salam alaikum, strong brotherly hugs. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm in the Walmart, thinking that I'm looking. All I saw was the beard at first. I'm looking at the beard, like, okay, there's an Ak over there. Let me go ahead, greet the brother. Salam alaikum, Ak. It made me think of one of these YouTubers that does some jokes like this. We turned around and the music was playing. I'm like, because I didn't know how to translate that, because it caught me off so hard. Brother, the beard was bigger than mine, longer than mine. He walked around, snapped and sashayed his way down the aisle.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, no. I don't think he was a Muslim or anything, but the point is that that was the perception that I had, because me growing up, that was our trait. That was one of our trademarks. Rocking the beard, coming with the mishwak, the kameez, the thawb, all that. That was our thing.
Yeah, even with the stick, with the walking stick, coming in with the
Yeah,
walking stick. You know, I was telling my boys about that just a few weeks ago. I said, man, I'm telling you, I said it was only like 20 years ago
yeah. Short
that, you
period of
know,
time.
yeah, you know what I'm saying, that the brothers was like, I mean, totally totally like you got to follow this, and there's no exceptions, period. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Well, I mean, even if it was the imam, if he was out of line, he got checked. It didn't
yeah.
matter.
And they
You know
would
what I
check you
mean?
harshly too, harshly.
Harshly, like, you know what I'm saying. I remember us hiding the what you call it, hiding the little pool, the little pool pit thing, little podium and stuff. We hid that boy so they wouldn't talk from it no more. I remember doing that,
It was a
bro.
different time, man. I
It
know
was.
some brothers. I remember there was this young Caucasian brother. Oh,
Hmm.
at that time he was wanting to become a brother, and I was giving him nasiha or whatnot, but people kept
Hmm.
coming to me telling me because they respected me, Imam Abdul Wadud, right? And so they
Hmm.
kept coming like, brother, he's doing this, he's doing that. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, how come I don't see any of this? When is he doing this stuff, right? So
Hmm.
finally, one time he was on some what do you call it? What do you call that? Sissy stuff, right?
Hmm.
And so I'm trying to figure out how they're knowing this so I can see it for myself. Because the way I
Hmm.
was telling them, I said, look, I can't do anything to him without there being evidence. You
Hmm.
understand? We have a protocol. We need witnesses. You
Yeah,
understand?
yeah, most definitely, most definitely.
At least the two of you, somebody's got to see something and present that to me or something like that. Then I can respond. But I can't just
Hmm.
because you knew something of his life before his kalima shahada. I can't just operate off of that. He gave kalima shahada. I got to give him the chance to show that he means la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. I got to give him the
Hmm.
chance.
Hmm.
Okay, because otherwise, for me to do anything against him, I would be unjust.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد. Mhm.
So I say to them, so then what they did, they were so determined to hem this brother up. They went and like literally was like agents on it, like
Mhm.
you know. I was like, man. So I'm like, these guys are determined. So I started feeling bad for the. So then they finally caught him doing something or whatever with somebody, brought it to my attention, brought the evidence. I was like inside, I was heartbroken, I was hurt because I was trying to champion him to make a difference with his life. I wanted to see someone that was on that stuff turn a new leaf. You
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I wanted to see like, okay, it can happen. Here's an example. He lived this life. Now, boom, he's a changed man.
Mhm.
I was even telling him like, look, brother, I said, look, there are women out there that are macho.
Mhm.
You understand? That's how they get down. That's how they are. But they like men. You understand? They just happen to
Mhm.
be macho. I said you would fit right in line with one of these kind of women. You understand? They would love you to pieces, literally to
Mhm.
pieces, right?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I said,
Literally.
literally to pieces. Come here, baby.
Right.
But I said this would be right up your alley as far as the type of woman that would be suitable for you, and you would never have to resort to any other ways of life. You would because I would ask him why are you like this? What's got you into this? And he would just feel like I want someone to protect me. He was talking all this sissy fight stuff, right?
Mhm.
That I'm thinking to myself like, man, he needs some cold looking lady to be in his life for a nice good month or two. It'll change everything. But no, nope,
Mm.
I was wrong. I was wrong. He liked the way the branches blew in the wind.
What?
Um, so yeah, so I was so mad at this guy, and so
I'm
me and
sorry.
the other one of the other actors with me
Uh-huh.
took him to the side, and the only thing that I just like just to his jaw, And I felt bad because I'm a non-violent person. I don't fight unless
Mm-hmm.
I actually have to, and I definitely don't fight someone that's not fighting me.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to fight someone that's not
Not fighting you,
actively
yeah.
fighting me because
Mm-hmm.
um there's no incentive. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So in his case, I had to program my mind that this wasn't a fight. This was hudud. This was law
Mm-hmm.
being laid down for violating because I'm the only one that was backing you up. And this is what you show. This is how you show your gratitude for my looking out for you and trying to protect you and keeping these brothers off your back. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? That was the only thing standing between lashings, sound lashings, as the
Mm-hmm.
brothers would put it, sound lashings, and you know, and me. The only thing that was standing between that was me. So
Mm-hmm.
Imam Abdul. So I was like, man, he done like I was they gonna put on a clown show.
Right.
So anyway, my whole point is that all these things, brothers and sisters, happen in literally a short period of time. And I
Mm-hmm.
would tell you the moment that surprised me the most, and maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, but it surprised me because I didn't think it would happen the way it did, is when
Mm-hmm.
Barack Obama approved of same-sex marriages. Because prior to that time, it was only Joe Biden talking this talk. You understand? Obama is like every time they tried to ask him questions, he would dodge it.
Mm-hmm.
He would dodge the questions.
But
And then finally, they caught him in a situation to where he had to be specific.
mm-hmm.
And I know I was sitting there I was looking at the TV like, go ahead, stand your ground, stand up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what he did.
Yeah, and I believe that the one reason, like again, that dang empathetic type of attitude, man. I just like I don't know where we get that from. Like we don't. I think it's trauma. I really do. I think it's trauma for most of us because we've been affected in so many different ways that we
Yes,
feel like we don't want anybody to be oppressed. Period.
yes,
But the thing is that not to the detriment of your own society. Like, but on the same token, we're in the West,
yes.
so homosexuality, and I won this, by the way, in a debate in my anthropology class. Homosexuality is a traditional Western sexual activity,
Mm.
just like uh just like uh pedophilia is. That's the reason
Yes.
why. That's the reason why. If
And that's
anything is,
that's the next at bat, by the way. That's the next at bat is pedophilia.
yeah. Anything that is related, that's the reason why we're like
That's
in this
so
society, we are taught and programmed to go straight to sex. If anything is, if we talk about marriage, straight to sex. If we talked about anything else,
yeah.
mentally straight to sex. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
and because it is Hellenistic. It is
Yeah.
by culture, their culture. That's what they used to do, and that's what they're used to doing.
Yeah.
So the thing is that it's a part of being it's not like being a racist. It's a part of being cultural relative. I understand their I understand their culture. It's not my culture. It's
And
not
that's
my
how they
culture.
came over here. When they came over here, we have to remember that they were still a body of people who were still, in their mind, surrounded by uh, church concepts. You understand? So
Uh-huh.
any activities was covert. So in their
Mhm.
mind, they were still, trying to break away from that. They
But
still,
bro, do you know the reason why they was even even held the scriptures even close is because of the thousands of years it was underneath us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
got that from us.
Yes.
That's the reason why now they don't have it no more. It's because for the simple fact they're no longer underneath the thumb of the Moor. They're no longer underneath the Islamic State. So the thing
Right.
is that
Right.
they can do whatever they want to do, and they can be when in Rome. You know what I'm saying? Be a
That's a strong
Roman.
point. Yeah. Strong
You know what I
point.
mean? So this is the reason why most of them are now agnostic. And they're
I
teaching
get
that
that.
in school to be agnostic. That way
Yeah.
you can adapt to our culture instead of making it relative. You can, instead of understanding it through relativity, that you can adopt it.
Right. And it makes it
That
so that like, okay, I want to share with an experience
Mhm,
with you. When I was in Djibouti, right?
mhm,
There was an area where there was a tree.
mhm,
It was near like a hospital where that gives birth for women, right?
mhm,
Or where women
mhm,
give birth. Let me say it that way. I said it backwards.
mhm,
And it was said that at this tree, a mother was pregnant and was trying to get care for her pregnancy and could not. And they
mhm,
left her to die, and she died at that tree. So that as
mhm,
time went on, the tree would make moaning sounds or whatnot, um, that people were saying were the cries of the mother. Now,
mhm,
me with my Western Americanized mind, of course, immediately I jumped to disbelief,
mhm.
right? How's that
Right.
possible? Trees don't make noises or sounds. It's a tree. Trees don't moan. And but in the back of my mind, there was a part of me saying, "Well, how do you know that what?" Because literally, people were running to the tree because of what they had witnessed. You understand?
Mhm,
It got so chaotic that the government had to send authorities to chop the tree down.
mm,
You understand? That's how serious the
mhm,
matter got. So I'm thinking to myself, wow, something
mhm,
happened. Something was
mhm,
going on about that tree. You
mhm.
understand? To make these people respond to it the way they did.
Yeah.
But my
Uh-huh.
Americanized mind wasn't willing to accept the possibility that something extraordinary, or what we might say in the West is extraordinary.
Mhm.
That's what we say in the West. Something that happens like that, we say extraordinary. So I
Extraordinary.
asked the
Mhm.
person about it, about why is this happening? And he was like, well,
Mhm.
brother, we experience what you call miracles as normal reality for us every day here. You understand?
Mm.
This is a norm.
Mhm.
And but he says, but in the United States, you are taught not to see these and notice these any longer. So
Mhm.
you don't think to look about them or look for them.
Mhm.
Um, and I thought about that, and immediately a memory of me when I was a small 4-year-old and my father
Mhm.
was still alive. I
Mhm.
remember taking, oh, I was 5, and I took a bottle of water, right? And I was like, man, I went to feed the people in Africa.
Mhm.
Not sure what motivated that, but I took a bottle of water, turned it upside down, poked it into the ground, and in my
Mhm.
mind, I was sending water to Africa.
Okay.
You understand? I said, what? So later on, when I thought about that action, I was a little boy when I did that. But later on in my life, I
Mhm.
thought about what made me do that. What made me,
Mhm.
one, think that I could put water into the ground and that it would reach Africa?
Mhm.
Why did I think that way? You understand?
Right. Right.
And then why, as I got older, moments like that, I was taught to suppress and ignore and reject. Understand that when you're a child, you're innocent. When
Mhm.
you're little, you don't know, you don't have anything telling you to, or persuading you towards a certain ideology or anything like that. So I'm
Mhm.
thinking to myself, what as a 5-year-old little boy made me think that putting water into the ground would get to Africa?
Right. Right.
You
Right.
understand?
Right.
Because there
Right.
was nobody preaching this in church. There was nothing in that I didn't encounter anything prior to that time that would have been brainwashing or manipulation or something. I genuinely thought to do that while I was sitting there playing in the playground. You
Genetics.
understand what I'm saying? So So anyway, that's what I thought about when I thought about that tree.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? What is taking that away from me to where I can't see divine, daily, natural, ordinary things happening? And so I
Mm-hmm.
thought about the westernization of the mind. And I'm saying that, brothers and sisters, to say this in connection with what we're talking about here, you have to fight to restore that in you, because right now, something special, something divine. And when I'm saying divine, I'm not saying spookish. I'm not saying outlandish. I'm saying ordinary, natural to our being, our existence. We just forgot what we are, who we are, why we are, so we don't notice these things. You don't even know why you have arms and legs and a neck and a head, and you don't. We don't even know why we're designed this way, shaped this way. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So many pieces broken and missing out of our cranium, out of our celestial self. So many things were detached from. So that way, when things normally happen, we don't even recognize them anymore. How is it that an ancestor could see a bird perched on a porch and they would say, "Oh, shoot, something's about to happen"?
Mm-hmm.
We see this. We see. I remember I saw a YouTube video. Somebody had recorded a squirrel pointing at itself. It was a
Mm-hmm.
joke or whatnot, right? But I'm thinking about this, like, what is that squirrel trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
Because something happened there, and it amused whoever was recording it, but still something was happening there
Mm-hmm.
that was unusual for a squirrel to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
understand? So we have to connect. We have to restore this connection with self, with connection with earth, on earth as it is in heaven, with connection with the divinity. We have to restore that connection and see it in the evidence of what's happening before our very eyes. The man whose life was threatened 20 plus times
Mm-hmm.
and yet lived to tell the tale. And then let's watch him walk to success, walk up this ladder of success.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Being untouched by his enemy, no matter how much the enemy so desires. The enemy wants his neck greedily, because they know this goes against their very protocols. They've got to stop a rising Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to stop it. If they can't
Mm-hmm.
stop it, because understand, family, why they've got to stop it. It is the Messiah that puts them to an end. Nothing else that we can ever do in this life will put them to an end. And I'm not talking about somebody floating down from the skies or coming out of the ground. I'm saying that a rise, because you need to understand, we need to understand that we speak symbolically. We speak in symbols and codes and metaphors and measures, formulas. Rising out of the clouds. We know that clouds is often symbolized with confusion. You understand? Clouds, when people want to talk about confusion, they like to use clouds to talk about confusion. You understand? Are you there? Oh, I think you muted yourself.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, bro.
So understand, out of this confusion is this anointed one. And look at the world today. Look at the kind of confusion that the world is going on today. So much confusion, so much hostility. People don't know if the world is going to be blown up tomorrow by nukes or not. So many things are stirred up today. You understand? But one of the things I've noticed is that people who are in tune to the earth, they're not perturbed by any of this. Some of them aren't even aware that it's going on. Think about that. Think about the wars that are happening. And some of these wise ones that are local don't even know it. They're not concerned in the least way about it. You understand? Not even bothered, not even perturbed. And I thought about that seems to be the more appropriate position to take in today's time. Not perturbed by anything that's going on. If you hear about it, so be it. If you don't hear about it, so be it. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. From God we come, to God we return at the end of the day. That's an absolute truth. So I say this, those who know, those who see, those who observe, they're going to be where they need to be. They're going to support the cause that they see that needs to be supported. Those whose job it is to speak about it, like you see me doing right now, we're going to talk until we can't talk anymore, because this is what we do. Those who do this, like I said, one of the things that I believe in is not just talking about it, but acting upon what you believe. Words alone is not enough. You got to act upon what you believe. You can't be a coward. You can't be soft when you should be hard. You can't be hard when you should be soft. You understand? And me growing up in a world of karate flicks and whatnot, that's kind of how I learned that phrase. But it was a wise phrase that I never let go of, because it originates from the Tao. So here is our opportunity, an opportunity that if we pass it by, we cannot say, "Oh God, why didn't you send us help? Why didn't you help us? Why didn't you do something? Why does your God not do anything? Why is your God silent? Why doesn't your God help these people? Why your God is not your God is weak?" All these things that ignorant people have to say. But even Moses petitioned God to help them when it came to matters such of this magnitude. Even Abraham petitioned the Most High. Understand what I'm saying is not in the world of spook, but they had to withdraw within themselves sometimes. Sometimes you have to step outside of the crowd. You have to rise up out of the clouds, you understand, and take note of self. Listen to the divine voice, you understand? Listen to the divine wisdom, and then return back to society with your level up. You understand? Sometimes you have to do that because it's noisy out here, family. It is noisy. It is so much noise that it's a wonder how many of us are still sane. It's a wonder how many, I'm telling you, it's a wonder how many of us are still sane. There's a significant number of us still sane, if we're sane at all.
You know, it
Our
is,
life,
it's one.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying simply, our life depends on every action that we do. Nothing is taken for granted. Literally, we're told, even in the Quran, that we could, if we don't get this lesson learned, we could literally be brought back in forms that we know not until we do learn it. That's the Quran telling you that. You could literally be brought back in forms that you know not until you learn this lesson, until you learn it. Think about that. And we don't, and like I said, keep in mind, not. Protozoa, amoeba, frog, toad. I was talking to somebody who talks about evolution, believing that they came from monkeys. I said, how do you know you're not turning into a monkey?
Right.
Because you understand, because if you can believe that you can come from, you understand, then the reverse can be true too, because your only basis for this is drawing conclusions from fossils and bone structures that have a similar appearance to the Homo sapien bone structure. Well, if that's your basis for drawing that conclusion that you come from monkeys, how do you know those bones weren't originally a human bone that became a monkey? You understand? After all, in the Bible, people became swine, they became monkeys and apes. Remember those monkey men I was telling you about before? What made those ancient Hindus call these people monkey men instead of men? Why did they call them monkey men? And these people weren't, they understand, so people can understand what I'm saying. They weren't talking about black folks, because the people that were doing the talking were black. You understand?
Right.
These ancient Hindus were not like the Hindus you see today. There are Hindus today that are like what I'm talking about. They're black. These people were the ones that were making this declaration. You understand? And to show you how the ancient Hindus used to identify with black was sacred to them. Why do you think? Why do you think? And the darker you were, the more sacred that meant. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at their supreme deity, Shiva. If you look at the supreme deity Shiva manifested in the world, as they say, as Krishna, you will see that in every case he's black. Dark black. When you talk about a black people, when you call them super dark, you would say I will beat you black and what? Black and what? Black and
Black
blue.
and blue.
Black and blue. Black and blue. Because their skin was so dark that it would have a blue hue to it. A blue hue to it. There's people even today, their skin is so dark. You go over to the Sudan. Not only are they the tallest people in the world, but some of them have the darkest skin in the world, so dark that you would say it's blue. And this is the exact color that ancient artists from among the Hindu people painted their supreme deities. You know, the supreme, that means the top of the line, who they believe is the supreme, they paint him blue. Anyway, so the monkey men that they were talking about, they came from the Caucasian areas. You know anybody that come from those areas? I'm just asking. Somebody needs to know, right? So they came from these areas, the very areas that the children of Abraham were encouraged not to take as mates. You understand? Where these people sleep with animals. So understand how long we've been around. Hundreds of thousands of years. Long enough to metamorphosize into one form to another form. And yet at the same time, through all this time, you still find the Homo sapien existing. How is it that the Neanderthal, the Homo sapien, the Homo erectus, the Homo habilis are all having the same timeline? Yes, some of them, they're fossil, they have older versions of their bones, but the fact that they're living at the same time, how are you going to live at the same time as your grandparent who's the same age as you? Here you got imagine you have an 18-year-old Neanderthal, an 18-year-old Homo sapien. Down the river is an 18-year-old Homo habilis, an 18-year-old Homo erectus, all at the same time, but this is supposed to be your grandparent. How does that work? How does that happen? Explain. We got to break away from these kind of lies. We got to break away from these lies. We got to, the only reason why you would even believe that, the only reason those of you who believe that you came from monkeys is because the same devilry that deceives you told you so. And since you worship the white man already, it didn't take him. All he had to do was say, oh, you evolved from monkeys. How do you know? Because he said so. He looked at a few bones. He concluded that, oh, you evolved from monkeys because he said so. The white man says so. And so you believe so because he said so. No other reason. Show me any other reason in history from anybody else where this was ever been explored in this way. Show me any culture on the planet Earth where they had the idea that anybody came from monkeys except for the monkey men. Anybody.
I got one thing to say on that.
Let's hear it.
And how I look at it from my from my anthropologist view, I look at it in the sense that the Gentiles took forms of things that were not considered as being human at the time. And when they took forms in this there were nations of them that took forms in this way, and then there was a divine race that was created. And in this divine race that was created taught each one of these races, Gentile races, how to walk upright, how to read, the creation of the will, what fire was used for, so on and so forth. These people. So, and that is, I think that's supported with a verse in the Torah where in Genesis it talks about Cain going to a land that was already developed, the land of watering, or the wandering of the land of Nod. And he went there with the sister. Then I'm speaking Semitic tradition now. The sister of him, of Abel. No, the sister of himself. Sister of himself, because he wanted his own. Because there was twins. There was Cain was a twin, and he had a sister, and then Abel was a twin, and he had a sister.
Okay.
And Cain was supposed to take the daughter of Abel, and Abel was supposed to take the daughter of Cain, and Cain didn't like that. Cain wanted, I mean, not the daughter, but the sister of Cain. So Cain didn't like that. So Cain wanted his own sister. So this was one of the reasons why he killed Abel.
Jealousies.
Jealousies. You know, there was a list of jealousies why he killed Abel, even Abel being bigger than him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Being more bigger,
More
more
endowed.
more endowed than him. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you know what I'm saying, Yahweh listened to his prayer. He was like, "Oh, I'm done now. You know, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cherry on top. You know what I mean? This
Yeah.
dude is outdoing me and everything. You know,
Yeah.
you know what I
We
mean?
got to do
So
something. We got to do something to dude, man. You can't be getting this off like this.
right. And notice that mentality is still
And I
around
don't know
us.
why. I don't know why I'm hearing him. I'm hearing them saying this in a Mike Tyson voice. I don't know why. I'm just hearing the Mike Tyson voice. Like, why you do that to me? Why? Why
Hey,
you do
what?
that?
Yeah. So the thing is that I do believe, I'm one of those people that believe
Mm-hmm.
that if it wasn't for creationism, and I know this for a fact, anthropology, according to anthropology, if it wasn't for creationism, evolution it wouldn't exist, because
Right.
it was the anthropologists that were of the of the scriptures that brought forth the science, that even brought forth the science of evolution.
Okay. So let's deal with that science real quick, because
Hmm.
I'll explain. For me, I definitely embrace the wisdom that we have scripturally, right?
Uh-huh.
But as I always often say, that oftentimes I have to master the art of when to use my right brain and when to use my left,
Okay.
or when to combine the efforts. So
Yeah.
here I have to deal with, okay, the nature of the story of humanity and
Hmm.
genetics,
Hmm.
because both of these play a critical part. I know that
Hmm.
genes, unless they're mutated, uh, and in many cases, mutated genes cannot be inherited. You understand? They
Hmm.
don't pass down to the following generation. Almost kind of like the father cannot inherit the sins of the son, and the son cannot inherit the sins of the father. Almost something
Uh-huh.
like that, right?
Right.
Um, but in some cases, certain genes that are mutated can be inherited and passed down. That to the side. Um, a gene that doesn't exist in a creature, uh, like for example, a banana will never become an apple. No
Hmm.
matter how many generations go by, that banana will always be a banana, even if it has variations like plankton, things like that. You understand? Plankton is a
Hmm.
kind of banana. They're the same family.
Hmm. Hmm.
But obviously you could find that, you could see where at some point they had uh junctions, their ancestry junctioned together.
Hmm.
Um, and even the banana that you see today is not like its ancestral banana.
Hmm.
Anyway, but it's still a banana. If
Hmm.
if you look at a banana like we eat that you might find at Walmart or whatnot, and compare it with a banana 100 years ago, it's the same. It's the same banana, but it will look very much different. You might be afraid of the ancestral, the 100-year ago banana by looking at it.
Right.
You're like, oh, what is this?
Right.
Biting down on seeds and everything, right?
Uh-huh.
Um, but so the same thing with like an apple tree. I always talk about this as apple tree, apple seeds,
Hmm.
apple
Hmm.
tree, apple seeds, apple tree, apple seeds, apple tree, apple seeds, on and on and on again. Orange tree, orange seeds, orange tree, orange seeds, orange tree, orange seeds. Orange never becomes apple. Apple never becomes orange at no point in their life story. At
Right.
no point does an apple produce the DNA
Oh, orange.
necessary to become an orange. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that said, that which makes you, me, Homo sapiens, Homo, and not Homo erectus, not Homo neanderthalis, has always been so. And it's told in the story of the Quran when Allah created man, he breathed of himself not when he created the animal, not when he created the zebra, not when he created the chimpanzee, not when he created the orangutan, not when he created the buffalo. He didn't breathe of himself when they became living beings. But when he created man, humanity, the Homo sapien, the melanated one made from darkened clay, that one. When he created the one made from darkened clay, he at that point, at that junction, breathed in him of himself, and that one became a living being. So that one right there, his children are going to possess the same breath that their father possessed. Father has divine breath, son has divine breath. Father has divine breath, son has divine breath. Father has divine breath, son has divine breath. You understand? And that can't be inherited any other way unless the parents themselves possess this, the mother or father, right? Now, so at no point in time does a Neanderthal have divine breath, because they weren't made, they weren't that one made from clay, the Homo sapien, the human being. They were never that one at any point in time. And like I said, Neanderthal father and mother, Neanderthal children, Neanderthal father and mother, Neanderthal children. The genetics that makes them this type of creature, they don't become a turtle next year.
Right.
You understand? Whatever it is that they are by nature is what they are. Even if we go back to Allah says all life began from water. Okay, let's go there. And it's because Allah gives al-haq. Allah is al-haq, the truth.
Right.
And what Allah gives is haqiq, truthful. So that being the case, all life came from water. If you notice that all the forms in water, they are unique. Protozoa is not amoeba. Amoeba never becomes protozoa. You understand? At no point in time does a protozoa become amoeba, and yet they're both single-celled organisms. You understand? The DNA necessary to make a protozoa is not what amoeba has. Amoeba can never produce protozoa no matter how hard it tries.
Right.
Similarly, if we were to extract this concept of what I'm saying there of evolution, whatever that seed was that exited the water and took onto land, it still was man. Your ancestor, my ancestors, that gene, that seed, that DNA. And I will tell you what it looked like. It looked just like what's in your father's loins. That's how we've always started. Anytime we've manifested on earth, you understand? Anytime we've had to be born of the earth as men, we started off with that germ. All in that surah, that first part, it says it right there.
So what okay, what I'm saying, what you're saying is that, okay, because Adam didn't start off as nafsa.
No.
Right.
So before you say that, let me make something clear for listeners.
Okay.
When you talk about okay, remember the story of Iblis when Allah says, "I'm going to create man. I'm going to create." I believe no. It doesn't say I'll create Adam. It doesn't even mention Adam. It just says I'm going to create the. And I'm trying to remember if it says Nas or Al Insan, because Nas and Insan are two different things. And one, okay, you have hold on, you got Nas, you got Insan, you got Insan. Al Insan is a plural form of the word, but we need to understand one implies a kind or a variation, while the other one implies the original itself. You understand? So Adam is one thing. Adam, whenever you hear they're talking about Adam, we're talking about the first of humanity. You understand? When you're talking about the story about this created thing that's about to happen, and everybody's refusing to bow down to him except for Iblis, and the only reason why he doesn't bow down, he says, because you created me from the sun, and you created him from the earth. You understand? So why should I bow down to the earth? Now, here's what we have to ask ourselves. Remember, the same one is created the same way as all the other heavenly hosts of that stock were created. You understand? They were all Malaik at that time. Up until this point, Iblis was Malaik. Nothing makes the distinction up until this point. because it says all of them prostrate. It says the Malaik. They're talking about the Malaik. It doesn't introduce anybody else. Talking about the Malaik. All prostrated except Iblis, which means Iblis up until that point was what? Malak. Because all prostrated except all what? Who are we talking about when we say all? Malak. All Malak prostrated except one of the Malak. You know, when you speak in Arabic, you introduce a context. For example, if I say, let me give you an example. If I say Yadin, right? You. If I already mentioned your name, thereafter in Arabic, I can say Huwa or who. And everybody knows that I'm talking about Yadin until I mention another man's name. So if I say Yadin this, Yadin, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. But then here comes Mahmoud. Now I got to say, if I want to talk about you again, I've got to introduce your name again in order to speak about you again. That means there's somebody new being talked about or some new thing being talked about. If I say this is a book, it is this, or in it is that. This is a book, and it is guidance. In it, you see, in it, this is a book. What am I talking about when I say it? I'm talking about the book. I'm not talking about a frog. I'm not talking about a pen. I already mentioned what I was talking about when I said the book or a book. Right. So in this case, and the angels, the Malaik, all prostrated to this created thing. All of them prostrated. In this case, I think it does say Adam at that point. All prostrated, except Iblis. It didn't say all Malaik and Jinn prostrated. It said all Malaik prostrated, except Iblis.
But it does say he was a jinn, though.
Okay, now how is it saying that in parentheses, or is it saying that in Arabic?
Let me see. I'll pull it up. Hold on for a minute.
And I want to share this with the people. So let's show me the citation that you're getting it from, and I'll put that up here on the screen.
Okay,
chapter,
inshallah.
the surah and the ayah. And what I want to specifically do is look at the Arabic, because that's what matters when it comes to this.
I think that. Oh man, hold on for a minute. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Be patient with me.
So what I'm sharing with you guys on the screen, you should be seeing Quran.com. I'm doing this for reference purposes in connection to what we are building on right now. Let's see here.
Okay, yeah, still put on a calf. 1850.
You said Al-Kaf 18?
Yep, 1850.
All right, let's go down to Al-Kaf. Did I just pass it? Yeah, I didn't pass it. My mouse is not scrolling. All right. What ayah?
50. Ayah 50.
You able to see this clearly?
Let me see. Hold on for that. I just want to make sure that.
Okay, let me make it.
Okay, yeah.
Here. All right, so what I'm going to do is first I'm going to read the Arabic, right? And then we'll read the rendering. So And remember, the rule in Arabic is when you talk about a noun or ism, ism is the Arabic for noun, ism. And ism literally means name. When you name something, you name it one time, and then after it, you used pronouns to talk about it. You know, he, him, it, all that kind of stuff. You use. So here, وَإِذَا قُلْنَا لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ asjudu li Adama. So I'm gonna break it down real quick. And when وَإِذَا and when قُلْنَا we said lil malaikati to the heavenly hosts, or to the malaik, to the there's another word. It's like a diminutive form of sovereignty, or representations of sovereignty. Anyway, when we said asjudu, asjud or isjud means to prostrate. Li Adam, to Adam. Fasajudu, so fa means so. Fa sajudu, they prostrated. Ilal Iblis. So okay, so we got to start off. The sentence began giving you the ism. It gave you the ism of the Malaik. It gave you the ism of Adam. So, for example, and then later on, it gave you the ism of Iblis, right? So, in the order of things, lil malaikatihi. We said Allah is talking. He didn't say Allah is talking to jinn, right?
Right.
He didn't say Allah is not talking to insan either, right? Men. Allah is not talking to buruj or planets. Allah is not talking to najm, stars. Allah is talking to malaik. Le malaik, to malaik. Wa idha qulna lil malaikati. And we said to who? To the malaik. Not to jinn, not to insan, not to hayawan, animals. To malaik. Prostrate. It would have been important if at that time, not after, at that time, if Iblis was not malaik, Allah would then say malaik wa jinn, meaning malaik, angels and jinn. But you don't see that being said there. You only see Allah talking to one audience. One audience, the audience of malaik that's before him. Prostrate you all. Who's the they? Asjudu. Ooh, the ooh part is implying they. When you see the asjudu in a verb, when you put a ooh at the end of it, that means they. So all you prostrate. You, they prostrate. So to who? Adama. That's the second ism. So far we've only mentioned two isms, two nouns, two names. Malaik and Adam so far. So tells you about what the people who are being asked to do something are doing. So is saying that this action, or these people are now doing this action. They were asked to do this action, so they did this action. Or they were asked to do this action, or they were up to this action, so this action happened. Fa, that's what fa means. You understand? So fa sajadu, so they prostrated. Illa, that's except. Remember, illa? We know that word. La ilaha illallah. There is no God except Allah. So, fashajudu illa iblis.
Iblis.
So they prostrated. They, who are they? Who are we talking about? We only mentioned that one ism that was asked to do sujood. Malaik. Were there any jinn talked about being asked to make sujood? No. Were there any men being asked to make sujood? No. Who was being asked to make sujood? Malaik. Wa idha kulna lil malaikati sujood lil adama fashajudu illal iblis. So all I'm saying, I'm only telling you what the book of Allah says. It doesn't say there was any jinn there being talked to at the time. It only says there was one audience, malaik. So at that time, this iblis And understand, Iblis is it's like calling someone a bad name. So don't take it as his literal name. Whoever this person was, listen to what I'm saying, because the Malaik are persons. Iblis was a person. I didn't say human, I said persons. Okay? So whoever this person was, now he done rubbed the law the wrong way. You understand? So now he's changed, he's become something else. You understand? This I'm saying this because when he who knows himself knows the Lord. When you begin to understand the nature of things, the order of things, the level of things, how things are existing in reality, then all this stuff starts to make sense. All these words. So now, kana, it was. Kana means it was. Minal jinni.
Minal jinni.
And so it was. It happened to be. Listen to what I'm saying. Kana is used intentionally. When you say kana like this, it means it's like it so happened, or it came to pass, and now it was. It happened to be. That's what kana means. It's the same word that kun means. Kun is a command word. Kana is the past tense. It means it's already happened like this now. It's already done. Kun fayakun. Fakana. Fakana means it was, or it has happened. It's already happened. It's in the past. But kun fayakun is both. There are two nouns. They're two same nouns, but listen to the word. Kun, be, exist. Come into reality, come into being. Kun, fa. Remember that fa word? I just told you what that fa word is earlier. So, remember? Fa sajudu, it's the same word. Fa. Kun, fa, yakun. You hear that? Kun, fa, yakun. When you say ya before a verb, that's saying it or he. Be and he is. Be and it is. You understand? And what's the word that the ya is connected to? Kun. Kun, fa, yakun. Kun, fa, yakun. Be, so it is, or so it be. Be, so it be. You understand me now?
Kana can also be used as being he.
Kana is not he. It's a past tense for the word to be. He, there's only two words that mean he in Arabic. Because remember, we're reading the Quran. Huwa and hu. Those are the only two he words in Arabic. There's no other he words. Kana is past tense for he or it was. Anything, whatever it is, whatever you were talking about, that was is past tense. Kana is past tense for kun.
They were there or had been, right? Or both.
It all depends on the noun before it. If you said something that was a plural, then it would be kanu, not kana.
Right.
It would be kanu.
Right. Kanu, okay? Right.
So this is what I teach. I teach Arabic, so I'm not going to spin you around.
Right.
So kana is one person being talked about. Okay. So in this case, he was. Who was the he we're talking about? We already mentioned the ism. The ism is Iblis.
But brother, wait. Khan. Kaf. Aleph Noon. Right? Can either be, had, they, or he.
It all depends on what word is before it. If the word before it is a singular, then it's and it's a male or a masculine word. Iblis is a male masculine word. In Arabic, you have two forms. You have a feminine word, like for example, kitaba. Okay, kitaba, me saying that. Oh, I'll just use this. Like let's say Jamila, a woman named Jamila. Jamila is obviously feminine. Okay, or maktabat. Maktabat is also a feminine because it ends with ta marbuta at the end of it. The letter called ta marbuta. Okay, in those cases, I would have to say kanat. I would not say kanat. I would say kanat. Okay, so since Iblis is a male or masculine word, you say kana, meaning he was. Okay, if there was more than one people being talked about, you could say kanu, they were. Okay, but all the same. The word itself, specifically the word itself, kana, is, see, in Arabic, the reason why they have to say it, put the a pronoun translation, and so you understand that the word is associated with a word that comes before it, and not, it can't stand by itself.
Right.
Okay, so in this case, to say kana, it implies that whatever it is before it, or whatever the ism is, it's past tense. So, for example, kataba. Kataba means he wrote. It doesn't
Right.
literally mean he wrote, because I didn't mention he. You understand?
Yeah.
It could be a beat. It could be a printer. Let's say a printer. The printer wrote. You understand?
Mhm.
But all you know is that kataba implies the act of writing in the past tense. Kana
But
implies the act of being in the past tense. But in
I
Arabic, when you want to use something in a express form, you have to associate it with whatever word is connected with. In this case, iblis.
yeah, but it says kana mean el jinni.
Say again.
It says kana mini el jinni.
Okay, so now let's continue with that, because those are other words you're saying. Kana, he was Iblis. Who was he? Iblis was from
Uh-huh.
al Jinni.
El
Okay,
jinni.
so al Jinni, he was
And
from the jinn. You
you're right.
understand?
He was
He was
from
from the
the.
jinn. Okay,
That's
now
what that's what
that
that's what I was saying.
yes, but now let's try to understand the context here, because now we need to understand what you mean by saying the jinn. It doesn't mean that that party of people, or that body, or that group or organization, or a collection of beings are prior to this disassociated from being malaik. Malaik is a status. You understand? Not a being in of itself. It's a label for a status of beings. You could be malaik. You
Mhm.
understand? Ask Jabril if you don't believe me. So,
Mhm.
um, either it's like Malik Jafar as-Sadiq, or Malik Harun Rashid.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
You
that.
understand?
But
It's a
it's a
title. It's not the actual being itself, or whoever. It's okay. Let me do it this way. Let's say the Al Malik among them was Abdul Wadud, was Jami, was Kareem, was Jabbar. All the Malik from around the way, they were there at this time having this conversation. We don't know who they were, because all we're talking about is a general context. It would be no different than me saying people. By me saying
Mhm.
people, I'm not identifying who the people were. If they were a part of a bad gang, well, those people over there, they're people, but they're a part of the red blood gang.
Mhm. Right.
Okay, that Iblis, he was Malaik, but he was a part of the jinn.
Mhm.
You
Right.
understand now? He was from the
I
jinn.
no, I understand. I understand the term Malik, because Malik is also a Hebrew term. Like it could
Mhm.
be king, it could be emissary, it could be governor, it could be prince, it could be anything that
So so
anything
so
with authority.
now let's deal with the word jinn, because remember I mentioned to you before another word in Arabic,
Mhm.
takabara. Takabara means arrogant, right?
Right.
Um, here he says he was from the jinn. The
Mhm.
jinn actually means it's not the name of the creature itself. It's the nature or the condition that the being is in. It means one who blows up in anger.
Mhm.
You understand? It's not the name of the being. So you could actually be Malaik and be jinn, an angry
Mhm.
jinn, an angry Malaik.
But
And
the
wait,
but
wait, wait, wait.
okay, go ahead.
Because I've now got to talk about an attribute. The
Okay.
attribute that caused this one a problem was his rebelliousness, the attribute of rebelliousness. Prior to
Right.
this time, all the Malaik did what they were asked to do. They were not rebellious. Okay,
Mhm.
this one revealed his hand as rebellious, and so exposed what group or what type of entity it was. You
Mhm.
understand? It was from the jinn. So yes,
Mhm.
it was, while it was exalted, it was heavenly host. All the stories we've ever heard about Iblis, he was exalted. He was of a high stature. You understand? High status.
Mhm.
Okay, but at this point, at this junction, He became, okay, let me say, I'm gonna translate it like this so you can understand how this word jinn is being used. He was of those who blow up in anger.
Mhm.
When, for example, if I tell you the word nahnu mina sabirin in Arabic, we are from the patient ones.
Mhm.
It's not telling you of a creature. When you want to say someone is attributive to something, oftentimes when you want to emphasize it instead of generalize it, you say they are from this. Instead of saying he was patient, you would say he is of those who are patient.
Mhm.
You understand? That's what's
Mhm.
happening here. He is of those who are the jinn, of
Mhm.
those who blow up in anger.
Mhm.
You understand? You're not talking about a creature or something else. You're talking about the state of the attributive state that the creature is in at that time.
Mhm.
So up until this point, he was malaik until he refused to bow and make sajda. When he refused to make sajda, he was blown up. You understand? Arrogant people, they blow up, they're puffed up. That's another way to
Right.
put it, puffed up with pride.
Right.
And so in his case, he
But
was puffed up with an angry pride, which he expressed, you made me from smoke, you made me from fire, you made him, or you made me from the sun, you made him from clay. That's his justification.
right. But see, the thing is too is that the angels are made from nur. They're made from light. The jinn are made from
Mm-hmm.
smokeless fire, and the children of
Yes.
Adam is made from clay. And the
So
another
let me
thing,
ask you this.
hold on. Let me
Go ahead. Go
finish.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was a little
And
difficult hearing you. Go ahead.
and then and then yeah, I think I'm about to take these headphones off out in a minute. But and then it also says in the Quran, um, and Surah 6, verse
Mm-hmm.
66, it says that that the Malik do
Mm-hmm.
not disobey Allah.
Okay, that's true.
So the thing is that being a jinn, you have free will. Being a Malik, you
Mm,
don't have Maliks are all the Malik is created to do a special thing and a certain thing in the earth, and that's it.
I think I understand what you're saying here. The thing that's seems to be happening here is the understanding of what it means to be. Okay, why am I saying
Mhm.
that? Because in your from your perspective, from what I'm understanding, if something is one thing, it cannot be another thing. Okay, you
No,
were
no,
water at one time, you were liquid at one time, but you're not liquid
uh-huh,
now. You were a
right,
single-celled organism, but you're not a single-celled organism now. Why you were a single-celled organism? You could not eat food and drink water. You
mhm,
understand? You could not build a campfire. As a
right,
man, you could build a campfire. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is the state of being is one thing. Okay, the state
right,
of being is one thing, and in this case, yeah, the jinn do originate from a smokeless fire.
mhm,
Okay, originate at that time that they're brought into being in that state.
uh-huh,
It doesn't tell you anything about any state that they might have had before. Remember, even you, if we don't get our lesson learned, we will be brought back in a different form that we don't know. So we
mhm,
won't even be in the same nature that we had prior to having that nature we had before. It's no
mhm,
different than the case of Malaik. That's a state of a hierarchical state that those entities were existing in at that time. When
right,
Iblis did this behavior or did this thing, see, one of the things that will help us is not to see this as human behavior. These aren't humans doing something. These are elevated creatures or elevated entities of a different level of existence. You
right,
understand? A higher level of existence. So we
mhm,
can't think of it like a human. I'm sitting, I'm standing, I'm sitting, I'm standing, I'm sitting, I'm standing. It's not the same thing when you're talking about a Malay. You
right,
understand? So at the beginning, you're talking about a body of or a group in a certain state or position or level of being.
mhm,
At that level, you're right. They don't do it. It's like, okay, a soldier. A soldier does not disobey the commands of his captain, right?
mhm,
But
right.
are there ever soldiers that disobey the commander of the captain?
But we can't put that in the human context because
Well, hold on.
humans,
It's not a human context. I'm putting it in the context
mhm,
of titles.
right,
Soldier, captain.
mhm, mhm,
Soldiers, in principle, listen to what I'm saying. In principle, a soldier does not do, disobey the command of the captain. In principle, that's what a soldier does not do. In principle, a malaik does not disobey his Lord. If he does this, then he's not malaik. Prophet Muhammad said, or is it even in the Quran, I believe, but don't hold me to that just yet, because my mind is not there yet. When you are in the act of sin, you are not a mu'mineen. You're not a mu'min.
Right.
Okay, so that's one state or title or condition that can change.
Right.
You see, when you are doing acts of salihin, when you are doing righteous, at that time you're a mu'mineen. So there's a time when you can actually not be a mu'mineen, and a time where you can be of the mu'mineen.
Right.
You see, so in this case, in this situation, it's the rule. Again, we have to understand the Arabic rules have to be followed when you read something in Arabic. You cannot break the rules because you're reading in English.
No,
Arabic,
it's
it literally means it's literally telling you, because what I'm saying to you here is, if we read the same formula of grammar in any other context, for example, I'll try to give wa'idha, and we said read a book. In this case, they're talking about prostrate. We said to the birds, the usfur, the birds, usfur. Those are actually what do you call those? Sparrows, usfur, sparrows. And we said to the sparrows, read a book. Right? And excuse me. So the rule is that when I say wa'idha, and I said read would be it's not recite. I'm not talking about the recite, but I'm actually saying read. Say if I say iktub, read or write down a book to the sparrows. The rule of grammar is that whoever identified associated with that verb, that is the audience being talked to. You can't introduce a new audience, you understand, illegally. In Arabic, we're talking about the rules of Arabic grammar. I can't just introduce something because in English, it sounds like it's saying something else. This is in English. In Arabic, there's only one ism that's been mentioned in the context, and that's it. No other. The only way this would have worked for jinn to mean anything else, because again, we're also talking about what does the word jinn mean, and what does the word malaik mean. In order for that to work, I would have to say in Arabic, the rule in Arabic grammar, I would have to say it this way. I would have to say وَإِذَا قُلْنَا لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ وَجِنٍّ. You understand what I just did there? By me doing that, I'm telling you that this ism refers to two names, malaik and jinn. If I don't do that, then I'm only talking about one subject matter. Nobody else. The reason why the problem that we have to understand here is that these are titles, one, associated with a status of the audience being talked about. All those in that audience, in principle, they do not disobey Allah. If you have this status, you don't disobey Allah. But the same thing is successful indeed are the believers, right?
Right. But I mean, I understand your approach, but I don't think that's what it is, because the thing is too is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said this is a confirmation for the books that was before it. And if you know the actual better sheet in the creation of the earth, then you would know that the earth was formed from out of a chaotic pre-mortal existence.
Yes.
So the thing is that, and this was the world of the jinn, and because of the and the hasteful
your voice is breaking up there.
Okay, because of them being created from a fiery substance. Trying to find my earpod thing.
Let me. You mentioned the relationship that Arabic has with Hebrew. So let's jump into some words from there real quick. Just for this this situation here. The words that I want to bring out are two: seraphim and Nephilim. Right?
Uh-huh.
These are literally talking about the same celestial being, but of a different status. Something changed or altered that being or groups among that being to becoming the other being. In other words, they began as a seraphim, and a group out of them did something they shouldn't have been doing, and so they became Nephilim. The one is usually translated, although erroneously, as fallen angels. Okay, the other one being exalted or seraph. I can't remember right now, but heavenly host is usually how it's rendered. But they both, when the context of when they were being spoken to, when one was the other, you understand, before it became quote unquote fallen, everything that was in that context was considered seraph, until that group rebelled and became Nephilim. You understand? So
Yeah,
for me, all I can say is, and I hear what you're saying, but every time when I look at the words, for example, when we talked about him coming from the jinn deriving from a smokeless flame, okay, and we understand the nature of the sun. The sun is not flame at all. It's actually reactions, nuclear reactions that produce a kind of energy that can be flamboyant. You understand? Right. When it touches something that's flammable. Flame in and of itself, it doesn't do anything unless something is flammable and there's oxygen. You understand? So when there's oxygen, then you're going to have smoke, because the smoke is the byproduct of the material thing being metamorphosized into a new form. It was wood, now it's coal or ash, and the transition is the smoke. So in the case of smokeless flame, you understand, you would have that in the form of a nuclear what do we call reaction. Now, you mentioned that the Malaik are originated, because we need to understand Khalaq al Insan, Khalaq al Jan, and all that. Khalaq al Malaik, created. Al Khalaq is the creator. Khalaqa means to create, or he created, right?
Yeah, al Khaliq.
So when you have Malaik being created from light, okay, we need to understand the context that light is used in the Quran. In which way? Because obviously, you know, I'm not talking about this light that I turn on when I flip the switch,
right?
Because that would make some sense, but not the sense that's necessary for the context of the passage. Here, once again, we're talking about status or nature, not physical light. Okay, if you were to close your eyes right now and remember the shape of an orange, you know that you can see the image of an orange. How are you seeing an image of an orange when, in order to see any image at all, you need light? If you were to turn off the light that's in the room right now, you would not be able to see your hands, an orange, a book, or anything that's on top of the table. Nothing. You wouldn't see nothing at all, because the darkness is there, no light. So here, if you were to close your eyes and imagine an orange, you have a kind of light. Even this light is not what's being talked about. Okay, but it's related to the light that's being talked about when you talk about Malak, people of the Malak status coming from light. When you have people who, where do educated people come from?
Where do educated people come from?
Yeah, where do they come from?
Educational system.
School, right?
Yeah,
school.
university.
Okay, so when something transitions at a higher level, or since at a higher level, a higher capacity, it's coming from, or it's being created from, it's coming out of, made from, fashioned from that. Before it reached that state, it didn't have that. It did not qualify that. You could not call it Malaik. It didn't qualify for what makes Malaik. Okay, so here it's going through this stage or level or plane of light, not light like from a candlestick or light from a flashlight, not that, but something similar to the light that allows you to imagine an orange. And when we talk about this light, we call it cognizance. It's the light of cognizance. When you become aware, ma'rafat. You understand? When you have ma'rafat, ma'raf means you have awareness of something. We, in this life, we are striving hard to gain a ma'rafat of Allah, an awareness of Allah. You understand? A'raf, awareness. He was aware. He was aware. So these are stages. We created you in stages. It even tells us in the Quran that the angels in ranks upon ranks. You understand? Different stages, different levels. They're not all on the same level. So in this case, the nur ala nur, light upon light, nur ala, different levels of light. But there was a time prior to that where you have your transition. You understand? Before they were at that stage. Remember, I want to say this. Everything that we've been saying, it would make sense if we were reading this like Europeans. Because if we were reading it like Europeans, that's exactly how they would translate every context. If we were reading this like celestial beings, then we know that we're always transitioning. Today, you might be in the dark. And tomorrow, you might be in the light.
Yeah.
Whatever you didn't know, whatever you didn't know today is darkness for you. But once you come to know, and you will come to know, at that point, you're now in the light in that matter, concerning that matter. And whatever you derive from that, as you ascend through that, you're coming out of light. You understand?
But you do know that that Satan, if we say it in a Christian way, that Satan, being acquired angel fallen from heaven, that is a Gentile Pauline made up Christian doctrine.
Yes, I agree with that. And
okay.
not only that, but so what happened there is something that tends to happen when people take information that's not theirs and then try to make something else out of it. They take words out of context and make it something else. Satan was never a proper noun. It's a common noun, like a bear or an animal. You understand? It's again talking about a characteristic of something or someone.
Right.
The someone in themselves isn't. I mean, you and I could be a Satan right now. You understand?
Yeah. I was gonna finish.
Go ahead. My part. I get anxious with this.
Yeah, I see. So the thing is that in the Hebrew term is hasatan. The hasatan is an adversary of anything. Anything that you're an adversary of, you're a hasatan. Everything that so the thing is that by the jinn being created, because by the jinn being created as before Adam, they were a species that were, like I said, that were given in a Hebrew Semitic standpoint, lens. They were a species that was given the earth first, when the earth was created without a foundation, which is law or knowledge. It was created. There was a point where the earth was pure and in pure darkness, where the people take that literal. They believe that there was no sun and no moon and no establishment.
But remember, you said you believe that the earth was round, right?
Yeah, well, hold on. Let's hold on for a minute. And no establishment of that. But the thing is that in darkness meant that there was no law, there was no foundation of anything that was morally correct or anything that was knowledgeable at that time. So when Adam was created with the spirit of Allah, with the spirit of Allah, meaning that he was created to receive the knowledge from the divine and teach that knowledge on earth in order for the people, that the jinn that was already here, the already here to stand upright. So
Okay.
the thing is that I see your point of view, but we have two different point of views because I take my point of view from a Hebrew standpoint. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So the thing is that after that happened, uh you got the Cain and the Abel. I mean, you got the disobedience, then the Cain and the well, really not disobedience, but you got the trial, then the Cain and the Abel, and all of a sudden, and then you got those that were of that lineage, looking down on all the daughters of Cain, and
But let
next
me.
thing you know,
I want to ask you a question.
a whole creation. But
This,
okay,
this
huh?
the passage that we're reading right now, Ayah 50, and
Uh-huh.
I'll try to break down why I'm asking this question.
Uh-huh.
What relevance? What direct relevance? Because remember, the Kitab is a book of reminding. What
Uh-huh.
direct relevance does that passage have with you personally, specifically? Not history, not this or that, but you specifically.
What does that passage have relate to me?
What does it have in connection to you directly? Yes.
Oh, in connection to me directly is I mean that passage can mean anything, like
It could.
disobedience in the law, not believing in the kalam, or the reason why the descendants of Iblis,
What I'm saying
of
is,
the
if only
jinn,
you
is
had
the
this
way that they
passage.
were.
What I'm saying is, if only you have this passage to work, nothing else, nothing to back it up. I mean, not back it up, but nothing to like paraphrase it with, or parallel quote parallel with, but just this passage all by itself. If for example, your life depended on this single verse, what connection does this verse have to you directly, intimately, personally? You.
Me personally, it's the description of my enemy.
Okay. So with that said, I'm glad you mentioned that because this is sometimes this is predictable. Um, See, in as one of the things about this sirat, remember the sirat is very narrow, right? A very narrow path.
Mhm.
And the nature of the path is one that is wanting us to become one, not dual, not multiple, not mushrikeen, none of that, just absolute in the presence of oneness. And
Mhm.
what you have here, every passage of the Quran pertains to your entire spiritual development. Yes, some of the stories are stories that are historic, but the moments are captured in connection with your entire anatomy, your whole spiritual anatomy, your whole physical anatomy, your whole makeup as a human being. So in this case, for example, we have a shaitan, we have a malaik aspect to us. Even you, O Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, yes, even you, says the hadith. We have this type of connection regarding everything, even the katibain, the recording malaik. You understand, the ones that are described. But when we talk about it in this context, every time I hear us talk about it, I hear us talking in the same way that the European or the Western theologians talk, and not the way of our motherland ancestry talks. And why am I saying that? This passage, okay, I'll give you an example of Al Fatiha, right? Because everything is all containing critical components to our spiritual development. Remember, the passage, this is a reminder. This right here, how would this remind you if this is a reminder? A reminder means something you already knew before. You forgot. You understand? So that means everything is intimate. Every ayat is intimate, intimately tied to your whole you all together. So Al Fatiha, for example, what is the last ayat of Al Fatiha? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
The
The
last
last.
ayat, Sirat al-Ladina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin.
Yeah,
In this world,
Dolly.
in this dunya, that's where most of us are. We're on that ayat right there. Most of us have earned the wrath of Allah, or we've gone astray as a result of being misguided by trusting those who have earned the wrath of Allah. This is where many of us are at in this world. When you're a baby, you understand, you're innocent. But the minute you start taking on guidance, you understand, the minute you start taking on guidance, you have the potential to ihdinas, you understand, to seek guidance from you, meaning from Allah, or be amongst those who have earned his wrath or have gone astray. We're asking not to be like those who have earned the wrath or have gone astray, right? We don't want that.
Who's the ones that earned the wrath and went astray?
Well, okay, according to certain scholars, the ones who earned the wrath were among the children of Israel. The ones who have gone astray were among the Ahl Kitab. But
hold on. Okay,
like
so
I said, that.
Hold on. So
I gotta finish the answer.
Okay.
Hold on. Because for me, like I said, the Quran is a reminder. Me as an individual, I have no knowledge about that history. You understand? So a reminder is intimate, it's personal. That means I intuitively already knew, or I could know within myself these elements. If I say, do you remember your mother's name? You would say, yes, I remember my mother's name. And why would you remember your mother's name? Because you had an intimate connection with your mother's name, that you would remember it. Okay, so for me, when somebody tells me that something is a reminder, that means I know this. I forgot. Okay, so I understand that in many cases the Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad in association with certain events in time of his day or prior to him. Okay, but I also understand that the Quran was revealed to him, to his heart. Okay, and even Allah mentioned to him, you recite, we'll bring about his understanding. Now, so everything is intimately connected, as well as literally, metaphorically. It applies on all levels depending on how you pick it up. You understand? Depending on how you pick up the book. But I have to regard my ancestrals' methodology of how we take in information or out information, how we take it in. And in this case, I know that in this life, when we are born into this world, nobody had to tell me this. Just a baby can observe this at some point, or a person growing up from a baby, that the minute I start taking on information, I have to regard where I get the information from. As a child, I may not readily associate with that and can be misled. You understand? But once I learned my mistake, once I learned from mistake, bump my knee, or hit my hand with a hammer, I know not to hit my hand with a hammer again. I will remember that. You understand? I will remember the pain that I felt. Remember the pain you felt when you hit your hammer, when you hit your finger. That's what the Quran is doing. Remember when you did. Remember. So let me remember then. I remember that. I want to experience this life where I'm upon the right way. Nobody has to tell me that. I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to fall into error. I don't want to do something that's harmful to my nature. Okay. Now, tying this to the malaik and the jinn, Satan qualities that are within me, that even the messengers of Allah have. This doesn't mean that this is a good or bad thing. Okay, both can be used objectively. Okay, for example, sometimes you just may need to be angry, and rightfully so. And so all the components that make up you being angry and how you manifest that anger, it may be justified. If someone bothers my wife or my children, they're going to meet my wrath. I'm going to be angry. That anger is pulled from the jinn. Remember, the word jinn means blown up with anger. So the jinn side of me, you understand, is where that's going to come from. Now, if I reflect on the matter, calm down, have some patience, and reflect on what's going on. Why did he do this? Why did that guy do this to this person? And find out that there may have been some justification. Now I'm turning on the light. I'm thinking, I'm reflecting, I'm becoming inspired with reasoning. Okay, so now I can apply the malaik side of me to this action in my life, on this path that I'm upon. So I started with ayat 7. We are there praying that Allah guides us and not allows us to go earn His wrath or go astray. The next step up, if we were climbing a ladder, look at how this works. If I'm climbing a ladder, what's the next step up? The next step up is hold on.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط
Ihdina sirata
المستقيم.
mustaqim. Okay, so the next step up is Ihdina sirata mustaqim. So let's say we've achieved ayat 7. We're not earning His wrath. We're not astray. We're upon His guidance, right? Because that's what we're asking for. So let's say we're granted that. Now we move up. We move up to Ihdina sirata mustaqim. Now we want to be rightly guided. We want to make sure that we are on point. Checks, balances are balanced, I's are dotted, T's are crossed. I want to be straight on a straight path.
What is the straight? What is the sirat? What is the sirat?
Hold on. I'm about to break that down here now. I don't want to be confused regarding how to approach you, O Lord, where I'm worshiping you through stones and statues. I don't want to be confused with right and wrong, good and evil. I want to understand how to walk this path balance, how to understand how to manifest this malaik, or how to implement the malaik aspect of me properly, how to implement the jinn aspect of me properly. You understand? I don't want to misuse and blow up in anger when it was not called for. And at the same time, I don't want to be patient where I should have been active. You understand? So I need to make sure that I am on a straight and narrow, not too far to the right, not too far to the left, straight and narrow. Forward we go, because that's what a straight path does. It brings you forward. We understand that this is manifested as a community through the Sharia. You understand? That's as a community. When we come together, you and I have to be able to greet you with a common code of conduct. You understand? A common code of conduct, a common system of interacting with one another. You understand? Because I don't want to go astray. I don't want you to go astray either. But at the same time, I want to make sure I protect myself from not going astray if you are. You understand? So that's what the Sharia is doing. It's helping us, it's keeping us in line with how to deal with each other and how to deal with our family intimately, how to deal with each other as a community, as a government level, as an individual. Sirata ladina or Ihdina sirata mustaqim. So let's say we achieve that. We owe Allah, we say, Ihdinas, guide us on the straight way. Sirata mustaqim. Let's say we're guided, we're on the straight way. We don't go too far to the right. We don't meet any extremes. You understand? No extremes. No extremes to the one side, no extremes to the other side. The one side will do what? The very thing we just mentioned in the 7. Will cause us to go on the wrath. Understand what the wrath is stemming from. See, when we remember the two sides of our nature is malaik or jinn. Malaik, if we don't handle it right, we can become arrogant like Iblis. Okay, we can become arrogant, and when we become arrogant, what happened to Iblis? He earned the wrath of Allah. You understand? He earned the wrath of Allah.
How though?
We don't want that.
How did Iblis earn the wrath?
What happens when remember I mentioned about the Sea of Nu. In the Sea of Nu consciousness, we can go too far extreme into this realm of consciousness, light, you understand, and lose ourselves. Sometimes some people even become crazy. They become quote unquote out of their mind. You understand? Out of their mind. So they end up making decisions or actions that maybe they see themselves as holier than thou. Remember Musa, alayhi salam? Dear teacher, which one of us is the most knowledgeable? What did Moses say? I am. Immediately Allah admonished him. And Allah gave him instructions on who he could meet to check that balance. You understand? To put him back in check, put him back in his place. You understand? So, but some people, or some of us, Iblis, for example, we may go too far astray, or too far, I'm not astray, but too far into the wrath of Allah, too far into this, that they become arrogant. They think
Yeah,
that they're you need me. I'm the one that's everybody showed up because I was going to show up. The whole reason for the season is me. I am the reason why this has to happen. Look at what I put forward. Allah creates, and so do I.
okay,
You
listen.
understand?
How about this? Iblis
Mm-hmm.
earned the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because Allah gave him kalam and he didn't bow to it. He didn't seek
Yes.
obstacles to it. So
Yes.
the thing is that, and it wasn't the same thing like Adam, because when Allah gave Adam kalam, it wasn't Adam that denied his kalam. It was his
Are
wife
you
that.
sure? Wait a minute. Are you sure that? Are you sure Adam didn't deny Kalam? See, okay, we got to deal with that.
Hold on,
Because you have to
hold on for a minute.
understand.
Hold on, brother.
Okay,
You gotta
okay.
okay.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going in. I was about to go
So the
bring it
so
in.
so the thing is that what I'm saying is that it was Adam being because Adam was responsible for his wife, period.
Right,
So this is the reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said they both disobeyed. Not because Adam disobeyed the kalam, it's because he was responsible for his wife. And not only was he responsible for his wife, but he took the suggestion of his wife. So the leadership of his wife. So he automatically through that disobeyed Allah through her. So in both in both of those instances, in both of those teachings, it teaches you how not, if you disobey the kalam, if you disobey the law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you will go astray. And if you if you listen to the leadership of your wife, okay, even if you taught her, if you listen to the leadership of your wife and you allow her to lead you, you will go astray because she's not.
Okay.
Hold on. Because she's not. Because you said a lot of things. So I'm about to address these things. Okay. Now the thing is that when it comes to the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says this is a reminder because for the simple fact, if you look at it in the cultural lens of the people, of the Hebrew people at that time, because the Prophet Muhammad came to the Hebrews.
Yeah.
He came to the Hebrews. He went to Medina, he went to the Hebrews. You know what I mean? So when you look at it in the cultural context of that time, remembrance of the dhikr is what was revealed before. So have knowledge of what was revealed before. This is a reminder of what you have in your hand. You know what I mean? But it's modified and it's shortened and it's made more hot than what you have in your hand. What you have in your hand is a little bit lukewarm, but this is fiery.
Yes.
You feel what I mean?
Yes,
So the thing is that in order to really understand the context of the Quran, you have to understand the cultural and the traditional context. I mean, and the cultural and the traditional context of the people we're speaking of. You know what I mean? So, and I think a lot of people go astray in that aspect because for the simple fact they don't understand what came before it. And if you don't understand what comes before it, it's almost like reading a book and only reading the last chapter. You can get a roundabout of what the beginning was about, but you will never get the details, and you will never get the full story of what you should believe at the end. You feel what I'm saying? So I believe that a lot of us are taught by our enemy, and being taught by our enemy is to separate these books and don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about the Torah because the Torah has been touched in so many different ways. And you don't have to worry about all these everything else that's in between and so on and so forth. Just worry about the Quran and that's it. But you can't just worry about the Quran and that's it because you have no cultural context of what the Quran is about. You know what I mean? So with my understanding about what the jinn is semitically contextually correct. You know what I mean? It's not. I understand that we are born hasteful. Allah says that we're born hasteful. So we're going to want to follow our desires. We seen that through Israel, but the jinn, even in the Quran, was speaking of the Umayyah, are true people, and these people are true people from the descent of Mastema, the one that the poison one of Yah, or the one that is that was that the one that is the one that is in distress.
Yeah,
because that's what Iblis stands for, is the one that's just droughtful, distressful, misery, and woe. You know what I mean? So the thing is that that's my whole understanding. I do understand your point of view, but you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I understand it a little bit. I understand it from a Semitic context, and not a Christianized one. You know what I mean? Because a Christianized one will tell you that the wrathful people of the people that incurred the wrath, and which is something that is always going to be, is the children that is Israel. But Israel didn't incur the wrath forever, according to the text before it, because the text
and that's
before
why
it
they
says
put that in
that
prison.
Judah is forever.
Yeah.
That Judah is forever. So the thing is that if you believe that Judah is forever, you can't believe that Israel incurred the wrath forever, because for the simple fact, Judah is supposed to be promised in the end.
Exactly.
You know, so that's my whole spiel. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
You're on point with what you're saying. Because what I'm getting out of this conversation is like talking about an elephant from a different angle, right? Of interacting with that elephant, because what you're saying is historically valid. You understand what I'm saying? But the connection that I'm having is the spirit, or is the experience of our divine books. Because one way I will put it is, imagine that for whatever reason, I'll do something else. Imagine that you yourself was removed from this world, right? And and manifested as just a clot. You're taken to a whole nother virgin planet, right? Human being doesn't exist anywhere on this planet. And you're manifested there and brought back to life. Fashioned they put the clot into some clay and fashion it and bring you to life. With the divine breath, divine consciousness. And also from you, they extract from you your mate, fashioned from your own genetics, from your own makeup. And what I'm talking about there is your actual genetic code. They separate that code and produce from it a superior form, which would be your mate, because the chromosomes of a female are superior to the chromosomes of a male. It doesn't mean that physically that'll translate, but that's how the genetical code works. Anyway, what I'm saying is, let's say you didn't have any literature, no books, nothing in writing. You are the prototype of the world. You understand? The prototype of what it means to be whatever it is that you are. How would you be able to manifest the divine guidance? And what I'm saying here is for me that's the intimate intent of the Quran. Yes, it's built on the stories of old.
Mhm.
That's exactly what we're talking about, is the stories of old in the Quran. All these are adventures that different prophets had encountered, their experiences as they walked in, their world under divine wahi, under divine revelation, inspiration, right? But those events, if for example, you did not have um, like a community knowledge or whatnot,
Mhm.
you would have to be able to deal with the words, or the content of the words that you're reading, in a different way. Now, again, I agree with what you're saying. Also, when it comes to, we don't want to make the mistake that the Christians made. And notice what I'm saying: Christians are not Ahlul Kitab, because Quranically, at that time, these people would not have been the people that we see today, unless, of course, you're in Africa. You understand? In Ethiopia, to be exact. Then you would have, the Ahlul Kitab. But you have, for the sake of the argument, you have sets. We understand we have sets that associate themselves with being the same stock of people following the Messiah and or worshiping the Messiah. Anyway, if I needed to remember, let's say I needed to remember where I came from, where I'm going, why I exist, how to develop this, what this is that I am. How would I be able to do that if I had not a single book around? Is it possible for that to be done? Is it possible for me to be rightly guided and not have ever crossed a single book in my life? Is it possible?
I don't think so.
Hmm?
I don't think so.
Okay. So, okay, now me, on the other hand, I do believe it is possible. I'm not saying that is something that, like, a person it will willy-nilly happen. I'm not saying that somebody would just, like, boom, here they are. But if I can believe that the earth was fashioned and that life was formed on this earth a certain way, I can also believe that a human being can be inspired at the command of Allah. And that aspect, that act of inspiration, is of the domain of Allah, of the Allah's business. You understand? How to bring it about? Because one of the things I try not to do is put myself in a position. I say it like Messiah Isa is recorded to have saying it in the Quran. You know what is in me, in myself. I do not know what is in yourself. You understand? That's the position that I strive to take. You know what is in me. I don't know what is in you. Allah. Allah is closer to me than my jugular vein. That's an experience that I can bear witness to. But what that means, that I cannot say. But I can bear witness to the evidence that Allah is closer to me than my jugular vein, because I live, I exist, and I am conscious. All manifestations of the authority of the Most High, of Allah. And with Allah being that close, I would not be conscious. I would not be living. I would not exist. So it's a prerequisite for my existence to be that Allah is closer to me than my jugular vein. Now, I need to go to that part about Adam and Eve, or Adam and Hawa, as the Quran says it. Adam and Eve, as it's translated in the English rendering of the Bible. That Adam was actually more responsible than Eve of the crime that was committed, namely because of the nature of Adam versus the nature of Eve. Adam's occupation being to provide and protect Eve. Eve wasn't designed or of her nature to provide and protect Adam. You understand? Eve's nature was to help Adam, and we will make for you a helpmate, someone to help you, not to provide and protect you. So Adam's job was to provide and protect her from whatever danger she could encounter. That means Adam is required to understand this Hawa that he's needing to protect. You understand? And when I say protect, we're not dealing with a feminist society in the biblical in the time of Adam and Hawa. We're dealing with them actually according to their nature. Eve is submissive to Adam. You understand? And according to her nature, she's not rebellious yet. You understand? Yet. So Adam, in this case, is his job to protect her against what he would know and understand to be dangerous to her, including anything that might be dangerous coming from her. Failing to do this is also breaking the kalam of Allah. Because Allah gave us a direct kalam that is relative to
I can hear you, bro.
Adam. What is that?
Are you mute?
No, I'm not mute. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Because I can hear myself. Let me see over here. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? Man, this cough is really getting. Let's see here. I can hear you though. Can you hear me over here? 1 2 test. 1 2 test.
Oh, man. My sound is good.
Because I can hear you.
It's good. I don't know what's going on. Mic check. Yeah, my. Nope. We might just have to. We might just have to do this tomorrow. Nope. We might just have to. We might just have to do this tomorrow. Nope.
I hear you echoing there now.
We might just have to do this tomorrow.
I hear you echoing. That's fine with me.
Okay. I can hear it. I can hear it on the one way.
On the other YouTube.
I can hear it on the one way.
But now we got the YouTube echo situation going on. But now we got the YouTube echo situation going on. But it's no problem with me. What I'll do is in the chat they're able to hear us too. The chat says they can hear both of us. What I'll do is in the chat they're able to hear us too. The chat says they can hear both of us. What I'll do is in the chat they're able to hear us too. The chat says they can hear both of us. Try to turn your sound source off and then switch back to your sound source. Like if you're using your laptop, go into your sound settings, switch it to a different sound source, and then switch it back.
Okay, she said Miss Watchman said that she can hear both of us, but I can't hear out of my phone.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. How about now? 1 2, mic check. 1 2 1 2. The echo is gone. Both of you are pretty loud and clear. Yeah, I know, but his speaker is not picking me up. That's why I say if he can switch his speaker settings, like which sound is going to his headphones, and then switch it to something else, and then switch it back, it might help to reset. Because sometimes laptops can bog down on their sound, and then this problem happens. But what I'll try to do, if he doesn't come back, I'll try to finish what I was going to say, so that way we might listen to it later and deal with it in a different conversation. Because these are nice conversations. I like this kind of conversation. I like conversations that encourage you to think, that make your brain, fire up a little bit and get your heart beating. So, while he's doing that, let me play this.
For Burkina Faso last year, we allocated 25,000 tons of wheat free of charge, and this month we are going to send a large supply of other food products. We appreciate the support from international platforms, including
congestion is no fun.
Multilateral platforms. A useful format of cooperation is the consultations between Russia and Sahel States Confederation.
Okay, here he is. There we are.
All right. Can you hear me?
So you can hear me now then? Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me though?
Are you able to hear me? Yep,
Yeah,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I can hear you too.
So let me try to. I don't know what part you weren't able to hear me, but what I was talking about was the experience between Adam and Hawa, Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
And I wanted to talk about it on two levels. One is on the story element, as the story element, and the spiritual experience to be had. See, as a man, it's too easy for us to take the path of least resistance and pass the blame. That's something that we do especially when our pride is at stake. And the last thing man wants to do is to be showed up, especially in the presence of superiority. You understand? In this situation, the number one person who was responsible more than anyone else was Adam. The number one person who violated the kalam of Allah was Adam. Namely because it was his responsibility to provide and protect his helper, his helpmate. And in order to provide and protect someone, you have to know what to provide them. You have to know how to protect them. Protect them from what? Protect what's in their environment that could endanger them. What's in themselves that could harm them. You know, you can't make assumptions. For example, you can't assume that because she's like you, she is you. You understand? This is not you. This is like you, from you, but it's not you. This is your helpmate. This is a woman, not a man. You understand? This is someone who's able to do something you cannot do. You understand? She is similar to you. She's able to procreate what it is you are, but she is a variation of you for that particular purpose as a woman, not a man.
Mhm.
So to push her out into the open as if, well, this is your fault because you did this. The command was given not to her. Allah didn't talk to her about what fruit to eat, what fruit not to eat. Allah said this to you, man. You, man, forbidden for you, man, is the fruit of this particular tree.
Right.
Talking to you, Adam, not Adam and Eve. I'm talking to you, Adam. I'm talking to the representative of your household. I'm talking to the emir of your home, to the caliph of your home. You are the caliph, not her. So whatever happens between her and the children is upon you. If the child crosses the street and uses profanity, it's upon you. If the child does this and does that, it's upon you, Adam. I'm talking to you, Adam. Okay, so you are the one that had allowed your wife, who's under your authority, under your provision, submitting to you. It's you that allow her to be to confront the serpent or the shayateen, or however you want to tell this, story. You understand? You put her in that vulnerable state, knowing that she could be subject to this. Yes,
But
I mean,
but that's
I have to
not
do this because
that's not the tradition. That's not according to the
the
tradition.
tradition,
That's not how
tradition is.
that's not how that goes.
Hold on. Wait. Because it is the tradition. The older you get, or the closer you get to that source, the more potent it becomes. You have to remember these were the prototypes of their kind. You understand?
Mhm.
So just as well as we can use the argument, well, where did the other children come from that they have birth? They procreated amongst themselves, all that kind of stuff. We have to apply the same logic here. They're the only ones around. So they're the most potent versions of the application of the principle of providing, protecting for the man and helping for the woman. Helping in what way? You would help man in a way that he can't help himself. You understand? Because otherwise he wouldn't need that help. Help me lift this rock. If she can't lift the rock, how is she helping you? If the rock is too heavy for her, she can't help you. She's helping you in a way that she herself, that you yourself, no matter how hard you try, you can't help in this way. You cannot reproduce you.
But
understand?
you
also
do
hold on.
you
Wait,
do
hold
okay.
on.
I just wanted
You
to
also
add
cannot.
something.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add just a real quick narration.
Sure.
She left out of the presence of Adam, and Adam didn't know where she was at. Okay, you go ahead.
Why didn't he know?
Because she left.
But okay, if she left, that doesn't absolve him from not knowing where
Yeah,
she went.
She walked off. She walked out of his presence.
Okay, but that doesn't free him. If she walks out the door, what, did he sit on the couch and keep on smoking a cigarette?
No, but listen, this is what I'm saying. This is the reason why. This is the reason why in the Muslim tradition, which they were Muslims at the time, right? But in the later tradition that the
Hold
Prophet
that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought.
said
I
that a
know you're
woman
about to
should
get
leave the
into it.
house. That's where that tradition comes from.
That I'm not suggesting that necessarily, but you are correct about what you're saying. And understand that the closer you get to those times, the more what Westerners might say is the more rigid things seem to be regarding the obligations or the duties between man and wife, right? The more rigid things seem to be. That's how Westerners would interpret it anyway. But what I'm saying here is even if she left the home and he doesn't know where she is, it's still upon him. It may seem harsh to say this, but it is a duty upon him because his task is not that where she goes to provide and protect. Provide and protect. If she's going wherever she's going, he needs to make sure it's safe there. Where are you going? I need to make sure it's safe there. Not that she knows she's safe there. Not that she's making it safe for herself. It's your job to protect her, provide for her. Not that she's looking for fruits and vegetables, but that you have them available for her, or at least she can grow them if push came to shove. Even then, she's not obligated to pull the leaves, pull the fruits. It's your job to get up in the tree and pull down the mango fruits. It's your job to get up there and get those apples and oranges and bananas off for her, or dig the tubers out of the ground and provide for her. That's your job. Even if they're in front of her and she can get it herself, it's still her job. It's still your job. Should she decide to decline, it's your job. Should she decide to decline to protect herself, if let's say for whatever reason she decides to walk off a cliff, it's Adam's job to prevent her from doing that. If you know that it's dangerous outside because you've been in this garden a lot longer than her, it's your job to make sure that that serpent, either he doesn't get a chance to get to her or she doesn't get a chance to get to him.
Okay,
it's your job to protect her.
Okay.
You know the dangers out
So
Allah told you, wait a minute, wait. Allah, wait, hold on. Allah told you, don't you, Adam, eat of this fruit.
Yeah.
Don't you do this.
Right.
And so in this situation here, if Eve not later Eve is brought into being, as we know how the story goes, depending on how, we know that story of the rib and all that. She's brought into being from his essence, you understand? And under his care, under his provision, under his protection. It's his job to ensure, one, check this out, that she knows of the forbidden things and the halal things, the haram things, the halal things, that she's fully informed. And even if she's fully informed, he can't rely upon that because she is not him. Understand, no matter how you spin this, woman is not man.
I'm not spinning
Woman
it.
is not man, and the faculties of thinking, even women and men know this to this day, that our way of thinking is not the same.
Right.
Okay, so Adam knowing this, Adam being aware that a woman's thinking ability, her faculties are different than men, he has to protect her from the differences therein with his male protecting mind. You understand? No matter how you look at it, there's no way that Adam could duck and dodge. The crime is his.
Well, I understand what you're trying to say, but the thing is that that in itself is a very.
The crime is his. I don't know if you heard what I was saying there.
I do. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that is a very
yes, both of them are blamed.
Way of a lot of very Orientals. That's the logic of an Orientalist, because me myself is like I'm saying is this is what I'm saying is that Allah says that nobody is in charge for what another man or woman does. Everybody will be paid in full for what they have done, not for what. Adam's not going to be paid in full for what Eve did on her own. He's paid in full for what he did by the way of not obeying the kalam. You know what I mean? So the thing is that how he did not obey it, though.
Say that again. Repeat yourself, because I didn't hear.
By how he did not obey.
Start from the beginning of that content.
What I'm saying is that every person is going to pay for their own sin.
Able to hear this or not.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So every person will pay for their own sin. And it was not Adam's fault that Eve left, went and did what she did. It was Adam's fault.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Hold on. Let me finish.
That's not the blame that I put upon him. I didn't put upon him something that.
Okay, so it's not his fault for what she did, for when she went off.
Okay.
It's his fault came in at listening to her over what he has already been taught by Allah. So the thing is that for instance, Aisha leaves on a horse with an unknown man.
Yes.
Without the knowledge of the Prophet, alayhi salam wa ali, was that his fault?
So you said without the knowledge.
It was without the knowledge. This is a real tradition. She leaves.
My network is really messing up now. Can you hear me?
She,
1 2 1 2 1 2.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No, everything is breaking up. My screen has got you spinning and my screen spinning.
Oh
Can you
no.
hear me now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hopefully it's
I can
stable.
hear you.
Okay, so to try to answer your question, you were asking me about Muhammad's wife Aisha, who we know about the story that alayhi salam, that there was a time where she forgot her necklace, and they went back to go get that necklace, and a gentleman, escorted her in the process, and it ended up being just the two of us, right? It ended up being that scenario, right? But that caused rumors to stir. And the rumors, got back to the prophet, and literally to calm his nerves, he had to get wahi for that. Divine revelation, just to let him know, bro, nothing went down. You understand? But here's what I was saying. You're asking me if it was Muhammad's fault that Aisha did that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was not. It was not a fault of him choosing that action. Let me say this: it wasn't his fault for the action that she chose. Just like I'm saying to you, I don't know if you heard what I was saying when you said this about Eve. I didn't say it was Adam's fault that she left. You understand? And the scenario is different. In this case, you're dealing with an environment that Adam is well informed of. Whether or not Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was informed of where they went and the situation that happened with the necklace and all that, or that she even had a necklace in the first place, or would have it to lose, that we don't know. We can't put that upon the Prophet Muhammad. The scenarios are not the same. Okay. In the case of Adam, we're dealing with someone who is well informed of his environment. I don't know that she left without his knowledge. You understand? We do know that she left. Did he know that she left? I don't know that because it doesn't state that. Well, that she left is one thing. If he knew that she was going to leave, then it's upon him to make sure that her travel is safe wherever she goes, that she has a safe voyage from point A to point B, or if she's going to kick it somewhere or answer the call of nature. You understand? Whatever the task is that she's about to do, he should know. He should at least have some knowledge about the matter. You understand? I don't get the story that Eve was a rebellious person in some kind of way. She was just being a woman. You understand? Being a human at that. And a human, not just being a woman, but a human, we become curious. We become all kinds of things that makes us go about and see what's out there. You understand? What's over there? What made that noise? Anything like that. Okay. Like I said, I didn't tell you that both of them did not make a crime. But the crime is relative. I don't know if you hear me. The crime is relative to the person who made the crime. The crime that Adam made is not the same as the crime that Eve made, but both of them violated the kalam of Allah. Both human beings that existed at that time, because Adam's command, the command that Allah made to Adam was relative to him. Its relationship to Hawa was different. Same command, but its implementation, its practicality to Hawa was not the same as its practicality to Adam.
Bro, you said the
Why?
exact.
Because Adam was told Adam was told the command directly. You understand? Adam was told the command directly. That was an intimate personal relationship. Eve was not given the command directly. It was given the command to her by Adam, and thus it passed down. Now, let me say this to you. If me and you, if you, let's say you and your wife comes in later, right? But your father is telling you some instructions. Go and deliver these envelopes to my neighbor. One of you got to do it. If your wife comes, let her know. Otherwise, get them to the neighbor. When the wife doesn't have the same report as you had with the same matter, you were told directly from your father, deliver these notes or deliver these papers to so-and-so. Your wife is hearing from you. Why am I saying this? Because the value of it matters more to you than it does to her. You had it direct from the source. She's getting it from you. Not saying that you're not important to her, but the value is different because directly, you're telling your wife. You understand the difference? So it doesn't carry the same weight.
You're
Not
saying the
only
same
that, hold
exact
on, wait,
thing I
wait, wait.
said.
Not only that, but Allah commanding you something, you understand, bears more weight than you commanding your wife. Allah's commanding you bears more weight than you commanding your wife. Why am I saying this? You would hope that your wife would obey you. You would hope that she would listen to what you're saying. You would hope that. But she's another person. She's another human being. And maybe you didn't explain it clear enough, or any other argument that a wife would tell you. I didn't understand. Or I thought you meant this. I thought you meant that tree over there. Or I thought you meant I couldn't sit over there. Or I thought you didn't. I thought this was the outside. You said it sounded like this, or it sounded like that, or I thought, on and on and on. You name the argument, and that fits the script. Remember, you're not talking about a man, Allah talking to man. You're talking about man talking to his wife, explaining what Allah said to man. So it's not this, no matter how you spin it, it's not the same. You can't expect the same outcome.
You're saying the same
you
exact
can't expect
thing.
the same outcome when the same action didn't happen.
You're saying the same exact thing that I said, but
you understand the same.
You're saying it in a different way.
But the same action didn't happen. Allah commanded you, man.
No, that's
Allah
why
didn't command her.
That's why I told you. I said that he disobeyed Allah. I'm gonna say it again. He disobeyed Allah because Allah commanded him to do something, and he went ahead and listened to his wife. That's what I said. That's exactly what I said. I said that's exactly what I said.
Now check this out. Check this out. The reason why I wanted to point this story out is I wanted to tie it back into what we mentioned earlier regarding Iblis and all that. It's all tied together. Because the question you asked me at that time dealt with what happens when when we go astray or something of that nature. Earn the wrath. And I was talking about the wrath is dealing with people who know right but do wrong or misguide others into doing wrong for whatever the reason, whether it be because of arrogance, whether it be because they think they've hit some kind of fake enlightenment or whatever, and as a result they misguide many. Any number of things that happen as a result of them being upon knowledge or expressly being informed but miscommunicating it or misleading or whatever, right or wrong, they're doing something that earns the wrath of Allah. I compared that with falling into the sea of consciousness and losing oneself, because you fall in there, you fall in it, metaphorically speaking. Sometimes we start feeling like we know something now. Oh, I read now I know something. I read the Bhagavad Gita. Now I know something. I read the Metu Netter. Now I know something now. And so now I can tell you something. Any number of places of arrogance we put ourselves in, where we put ourselves on a pedestal, and as a result of that, we are actually against Allah and not for Allah at that time. And whatever comes out of our mouth has a great
Oh, assalamu alaikum.
What I might have to do, because the network is getting lazy on me. I don't know how much of what I said you heard, but we might have to pick this up so that way I can get a strong network feed going on here.
Okay.
It's sometimes it gets certain times of day and the network gets real crazy.
Okay. So
but, this was definitely a nice conversation. I like that would encourage minds to come together and think and really find ways to get upon common accord. Where do we agree? Where do we disagree? Where if we agree, maybe there's just wordings and things like that
Right.
are the issue. Whatever the case may be. I think let's see here. Also, I wanted to mention to you. I'll message you in the message later on about some activities for Sojourner of Light that you might find impressive that you might want to partake in.
Okay.
But I think this is a good pausing point. We literally paused in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
That's where our
Yeah.
conversation paused, in the Garden of Eden, right?
I want to pick it back up anyway, because I want to hear.
I salute you, brother, and I pray that we are able to really dig in. Say again.
Oh,
I
I
heard
think
part of that.
I think you got a delay.
Oh man, I'm spinning again. Am I spinning?
Yeah.
So anyway, let's consider, that we'll have another date at this, and tied into some other events that are going on, because what I like to do is make sure that we stay up to date with the activities on the ground. Then we take it up to
Inshallah. Most definitely. Most definitely. Inshallah, probably tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? If, once you see this live, inshallah, hit me up. Let me know what time tomorrow. We'll be studying a little bit, on some different things too. So, yeah, I'll be more than honored to come back and build some more on that topic. But until then, and to the audience, everybody that is listening will listen later. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, believers. Assalamu alaikum, non-believers.
the network is slowing around. So we're going to call this a live, and I'm going to try to get my closing greeting out. That way, that it's official. We'll continue this. Inshallah, we will meet our brother and have build further on other conversations or whatnot. It's definitely well rewarded and appreciated to have these type of conversations. I think we need to have more of them on different levels, not just matters of spirituality and things like that, but across the board, we need to be able to come together and put it out there. That way, we know each other is authentic, but we want to know what that means. How do we interpret that in our life in real time? I like that because it lets us understand each other's perspectives, right or wrong, true or false, whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, we stand as family. You understand? We stand as family. Um, so with that said, I think we can close out on this point. Salute to our brother and all those who are in the chat panel who commented in the chat. I appreciate everybody, and please do what you can to show your support to the platform, to the cause, keep the light dome alive, especially when it comes to that which is benefiting in the interests of these children. So I'm hoping that my congestion clears up soon, because it's annoying and it's not fun. Um, Yeah. Wow. This was literally, look at that, 5:51. 5 and 51 minutes. That's a record breaker right there, I think. I don't know. But inshallah, we will get at it again. I appreciate all you coming through. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. This is your brother Abdul Wadud, aka Questman. Live Soul Journey of Life, conscious social media. If you haven't joined the website, be sure to do so. And if you've already joined, check in and check out some of the new features that are there. And that's what I have to say. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Shalom. Hotep, peace and blessings. Have a gracious rest of your day. Take care.
Bye.